Hi everyone, I'm Sandra Acheng from Core Organizing Team, and I want to thank everyone who joined the Wikimania Festival edition this year. It's likely the most biggest and the most inclusive Wikimania in history, and it wouldn't have been possible with the time of dozens of volunteers around the world and thousands of participants who have been joining different sessions. Thank you, everyone, and see you next year for Wikimania 2023. Stay tuned for its announcement soon.
Habarini nyote, naitwa Anton Mtavangu. Nilikuwa sehemu ya timu andaaji ya Wikimania 2022 na tamasha. Nataka kuwashukuru sana tena kila mmoja wenu aliyeshiriki katika Wikimania ya mwaka huu na tamasha. Pengine katika historia, huu ndio ulikuwa mkutano mkubwa wa Wikimania wenye kujumuisha watu wengi, na mkutano huu usifanikiwa bila majitoleo ya maelfu ya mnaojitolea na washiriki. Tuonane tena kwa majaliwa Wikimania 23. Asante sana.
Pareftes, يسنانور غارابيديانم ويكيمانيا يرجوهازار كسان يرجوكي سيوتي أنتم. أهلا بكم، أنا نانور من فريق التنظيم الأساسي في ويكيمانيا 2022. أود أن أشكر كل من انضم إلى مهرجان ويكيمانيا. قد يكون ويكيمانيا هذا العام هو الأكبر والأشمل في تاريخ حركتنا، وما كان لهذا أن يتحقق لولا تفاني عشرات المتطوعين والآلاف من المشاركين. نلقاكم في ويكيمانيا 2023. ترقبوا إعلانه بعد قليل.
大家好，我係嚟自維基媒體國際會議核心組織團隊嘅 Venus。我想喺度再次感謝各位參加今年嘅維基媒體國際會議節日慶典。冇你哋嘅參與，我哋今次嘅會議一定會失色不少，所以我哋好感謝你哋你哋嚟到呢一個會議同我哋分享你哋嘅維基媒體嘅經歷啦。我哋好希望喺下一年嘅 Wikimania 2023會見到你，多謝各位。
Hola a todas, todes y todos. Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches, dependiendo de dónde nos vean y cuándo nos vean. Soy Omar del equipo organizador y quiero agradecer de nuevo a quienes se unieron al Festival de Wikimania. Es probablemente la mayor en número y más inclusiva Wikimania de la historia, y no sería posible sin la devoción de docenas de voluntarios y voluntarias y miles de participantes. Muchas gracias. Espero vernos en Wikimania 2023 y estén atentos a su anuncio en breve.
Yusuf láti ẹgbẹ́ Wikimania 2022 core organizing team. Inú mi dùn, ayọ̀ mi kún wípé a mú ìlérí iṣẹ́. Wikimania ọdún yìí ti ṣẹlẹ̀. A sì ń retí Wikimania ọdún tó ń bọ̀. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ fún àjọṣe yín. A rí yín lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀. Ẹ ṣé o. Thank you.
Привіт усім! Я Антон із центральної організаційної команди, і я хочу знову подякувати усім, хто долучилися до фестивальної Wikimанії 2022. Це, мабуть, найбільша і найбільш інклюзивна Wikimанія в історії, і вона не була б можливою без десятків волонтерів та волонтерок і тисяч учасників та учасниць. Дякую вам! Сподіваюсь побачити вас на Wikimанії 2023 і залишайтеся зараз із нами для її анонсу.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Hossein Turki et je fais partie du comité de l'organisation de Wikimania 2022. Je veux remercier tous ceux qui ont rejoint le festival Wikimania. C'est probablement l'édition de Wikimania la plus grande et la plus inclusive de l'histoire, et ceci n'était pas possible sans l'engagement de douzaines de volontaires et de milliers de participants. Je vous remercie et à la prochaine édition de Wikimania en 2023 qui serait annoncée dans quelques instants.
The fun thing about writing articles in Wikipedia is whenever I get a feeling whenever I finish an article, because you know you've done something good. You've changed the world for the better. You fixed something that was broken. And that's our purpose on Earth. That's why God created us, to change the world for the better. And things are wrong in the world because that's our job to make them better. That's the whole point of being alive. That's on the big scale.
There are many people who I interact with online, and I don't get to see them very often, and it's a chance to meet those people and meet new people from all over the world.
I think that we are deeply linked to the future of the web.
Bienvenidos a la Ciudad de México.
Bienvenidos a la Ciudad de México.
Bienvenidos a la Ciudad de México.
Hi, I'm Nangara. Back in 2012, ESIAT was formed as a hub or a group of affiliates from the East Southeast Asia Pacific region, and over the years we developed and grew and have gone from there. In 2018 we held our first regional conference, and that was in Bali. In 2019, when submissions were called, or bids were called for a choice of locations within the region, Perth and Bali submitted, and then those were considered, and after discussions with the steering committee we decided that ESIAT as a whole, the region, the hub, would be the host of Wikimania. And then we thought, well, we also need to reconsider the options of where we'll go, and we came up with the decision of hosting it in Bangkok. From there we worked on setting up a Wikimania in-person event, which we all enjoy. Unfortunately, as everyone knows, it started to get a little bit difficult to make plans and create events like that, and in March 2020 we had to also cancel Wikimania for that year. In 2021 Wikimania went online, and that was a really successful event, and that's been followed up by Wikimania 2022, which also is proving to be really successful, and I'd like personally to thank the organisers for their efforts. Again, we look at the steering committee started looking at 2023, And they went back to Bangkok and the Thai community and ECAP to find out whether we wanted to host it, and where we wanted to host it. Was it going to be Bangkok? Now, we decided firstly that we wanted to host it, ECAP as a group. Bangkok and Wikimedia Thailand decided that, look, things aren't exactly right where we are, and that we'd like the ECAP community to consider every option that's available to them. So we took that approach. We worked and had meetings and discussions with the community. The WMF did a risk assessment for us, which looked at 9 countries within the region. From that information, we narrowed it down to 2 countries, and that was all documented on the MetaWiki. I almost slipped up then and told you and stole Butcher's thunder by telling you where Wikimania is going to be. Anyway, we would like to thank the Wikimania core organising team of 2022. They've done a wonderful job. We'd like to thank and acknowledge the core organising team from 2020 and Wikimedia Thailand for their efforts, and for graciously allowing us to reconsider and look at the whole of the region. So at that point, I'd like to, well, I look forward to welcoming you all to Wikimania in 2023, and if I've filled enough time and got everything right, it's now 4 p.m. and Butch should be ready to take over the discussion. So hopefully, Butch, are you there?
Well, hello there. I'm very happy that we're meeting again in person for Wikimania 2023. It's been a while, 3 years. Is it 3 years? Yeah, three years. It's been a while. But I'm happy that we're meeting in a tropical country now, 9,631 kilometers southeast of Stockholm. And we welcome you to the wonderful city of Singapore. And we're proud at ECAP that we're hosting it in a country that is close to our hearts, central to most of our countries. And the city of Singapore welcomes you to Wikimania 2023. I'm here with Robert and Jacqueline, who will tell us about Singapore. Over to you, Robert.
Thank you, Butch, for introducing me. I'm Robert, editing under the username RobertSki, primarily on the English Wikipedia. We welcome you to Singapore, and we are happy to host Wikimania 2023. We are a very diverse bunch of people here. We have 4 different major races: the Chinese, Indian, Malay, and what we classify as others. But under others, we have many subsets of people who comes from Philippines, Vietnam, Myanmar, and all over the region to come here to live and work. We are a regional travel hub for the region here. Traveling to Malaysia is just under an hour. Going down to the south, we have Indonesia, and a bit to the east, we have Philippines. Beyond that, you can easily transit through air travels, traveling to China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, all within under a span of 8 hours each. Singapore is a tropical country. We are just 1 degree or so north of the equator. Our weather is hot and wet throughout the year. So you can come in t-shirts and shorts, or if you want to be a bit more formal, polo tee and jeans will be fine. In Singapore, we have a very passionate bunch of Wikimedians editing in their free time, in their spare time, on the various Wikipedias. We are just getting started here. Our journey will continue. to unfold with many exciting adventures planned ahead of us. With that, we welcome you to Singapore for Wikimania 2023.
Hi everyone, I'm Jacqueline, and we can't wait to welcome you to Wikimania 2023 in Singapore. There are so many things to love about Singapore, from the arts and heritage scene to we have also a very extensive university network, and if you are a technology enthusiast, you can definitely find a space here. And finally, the food. We can't wait for you to try them. So see you then.
Hi, my name is Atikun from Thailand. It was so unfortunate that Wikimania did not take place in Bangkok in 2020, obviously because of COVID-19. So instead, we are going to take you 1400 kilometers south of Bangkok to Singapore. It's going to be the hottest Wikimania we ever had because Singapore is right above the equator. And of course, we the ECAP will work together as a team to deliver the first coalition Wikimania hosted by several regional affiliates. I'm sure it's going to be incredible and exciting for everybody involved. So please make a room in your calendar and we look forward to welcoming you. Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Are we? Robert?
Hi. Yeah. So Singapore is an excellent location to host Wikimania with strong connectivity within the country and among the ESAP region. For those who are into photography, you'll be pleased that there is freedom of paranormal here. If you're into wildlife, despite being a small city-state with high level of urbanization, there are an estimated number of 23,000 to 20,000 species of territorial organisms. Do take plenty of photos or videos when you are here. The 2023 conference will center on diversity, camaraderie, and collaboration. Wikimania 2023 will focus more on active engagement of participants as we return to in-person gatherings. We hope to see you here in Singapore in 2023.
Rahmat?
Thank you, Butch. Hello there, my name is Rahmat. I am here representing Wikimedia Indonesia to congratulate Singapore for being the host of Wikimania 2023, and we'll welcome you all in Singapore. Singapore is a perfect and convenient place for us to meet for the grand event of Wikimedians around the world. And I am positive that you are getting ready to be there and meet your fellow Wikimedia contributors. Hopefully, you have enjoyed this Wikimania and learn new ways to get more involved in building the free knowledge ecosystem on Wikimedia projects. So thank you, and I wish you all good health.
Okay. Thank you. I think Nagara had give his message earlier. So thank you, Nagara, Jacqueline, Athikon, Robert, and Rahmat for your messages. Thank you, 2022 core organizing team and Wikimedia Foundation. We call upon the Wikimedians of the world to assemble and to celebrate with us the 18th edition of Wikimania. See you in Singapore. Enjoy the rest of the Sunday sessions of the conference. Bye-bye.
Ah.
Wikimania. It's exciting to see all of you join. We'll give a few moments for everyone to teleport into this room before we begin our session on theory, fact, or fake. If you are joining us right now, tell us something about what you most enjoyed from the last session you were in. We're seeing a number of people hop in and join the session. Some we've seen in other sessions, some we've seen at other Wikimanias, and it's great to see you all, whether it is morning or evening, or whether you're joining us from some other planet and we don't even know how to think about the time zone. Welcome. Okay, well, let's get started on this session. This is Theory, Fact, or Fake, a social for global Wikipedia research. Our goal today is to learn the things we don't know, see if the things we think we know are supported by the evidence, and most of all, have a good time and meet others connected to the movement. Today's trivia is hosted by the Citizens and Technology Lab at Cornell, who work alongside communities to create evidence for a world where digital power is guided by evidence and accountable to the public. We have myself, I'm Nathan Batias, a professor of communication at Cornell University, who's been editing and participating in various aspects of the movement for quite a few years now. And also Sarah Gilbert, if you could wave at us and say hello.
Hi, yes, I am Sarah Gilbert. I am Cat Lab's research manager. This is my first Wikimania. I am also mostly just a reader of Wikipedia. So I'm going to pass it off to Aparajita.
Hello, everyone. I'm Aparajita. I'm a PhD candidate at Cornell University, and this is also my first Wikimania.
Wonderful. So at Cat Lab, we work together with communities to create knowledge that's practically useful to communities, contributes to wider debates in tech policy, and also advance both computer science and the social sciences. And we do that by producing research that involves community organizing at events like the Research Summit we held at Wikimania in Stockholm in 2019, and by actually creating software that makes community research possible. You might have seen some of our work over the last few years along many different language Wikipedias to test effectiveness of things like thanks, evaluating outreach campaigns, and also testing ideas for the retention of newcomers across multiple Wikipedias. We're also getting started on a new round of research with a continued focus on non-US, non-English contexts. So look out for announcements in the next few months. But you didn't come here to learn about a research lab. You came here to learn about yourselves, each other, and about what is known, and importantly, what is not known about the Wikimedia movement and how to understand and improve it. And on that line, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah.
Thanks, Nathan. So thank you all for joining us for our wiki trivia game this morning. So we are playing in a fashion that is similar to the sort of trivia style called Two Truths and a Lie, except we're sort of substituting that and really reframing it as two knowns and an unknown. So what we're going to do is we are going to send everybody off into breakout rooms, ideally around 5 people or so per room. And we will send you a form which we have linked on the slides here. We will also link it in the chat so that you don't have to type out the URL there. But that will have some introduction questions for you to ask each other so you can get to know each other. One, you'll tell each other your name, where you're located, and we've got a sort of an icebreaker question. If someone visited your region, what food would you serve them? And so you spend about 5 minutes doing that, and then you can spend the rest of the time, or however you'd like, in the room playing the game. So we'll have about 25 minutes for that. So we will send you that Google form, and that will show you a series of 3 statements. So 10 series of 3 statements. And so 2 statements about Wikipedia will be established through research, and then 1 statement about Wikipedia that research has not yet uncovered. And so your job will be to identify that which of those 3 statements is that one about Wikipedia that research has not yet uncovered. So just to note that if somebody is in your group is vision impaired, it might be more fun, rather than having them rely on conversations and also a screen reader, for somebody to read it out loud, so that everybody can sort of play together without having to navigate a couple of different attentions. So that'll be about 25 minutes to guess the unknowns, and then we will come back together to review the answer. There is no winner, there's competition, but we are at the end planning on writing a blog post. So we'll share some of the analytics or the analysis to see where some of the trends are, like what everybody knows or what everybody doesn't know. And we'll share that back with the community afterwards. So there's also a link or a question space in the forum so that we can share the blog post with you. Also, if you notice that we've made any mistakes, you can feel free to correct us also in the forum as well. Nathan, do you want to advance the slide? So first, we've got an example just so you can see what we mean. So there are 3 statements here. The first, receiving thanks from editors on multiple language Wikipedias leads volunteers to express more thanks to other Wikipedians as well. Also, Wikipedia contributors who spend more time removing vandalism also report spending more time mentoring newcomers across multiple language Wikipedias. And the third, adding an image to a Wikipedia biography will increase the views that the article receives. Does anybody, if you think you know which one is the unknown, you can drop that in the chat. We won't spend too much time because I know we want to get to the game. But Nathan, do you want to advance the slide? So the bottom one is the unknown. While we do know that there are efforts to increase visibility of biographies, particularly biographies of women, by adding photos, there's actually no evidence, like solid research, scientific evidence yet, that demonstrates whether or not that relationship between a photo and a biography actually results in more views, even though it seems like something that makes sense. Nathan, do you want to advance the slide? I like the conversations in the chat. Yeah, hopefully it'll be really challenging and you'll learn a lot about some of the research that's out there and that's not. We'll also be providing citations. I'm not sure how, but hopefully we can make the slides available to you after. We'll put them online so that you can consult all of the references that we have at the end as well. So I am going to just drop the link in the chat. If you do not have access to Google Forms, we also have a PDF. Oh, I see Nathan has, that's a very awkward link there. And then Nathan, thank you, Nathan, has dropped both in there as well. And so Pajita is going to put everybody into breakout rooms now. And if anybody has any questions, and we're going to stay out here, but if anyone has any questions, there should be a way to call us in for help, and then we can kind of pop in and clarify anything if needed. You can also feel free to pop into sort of the main room and ask us questions and then rejoin your room as well.
I was just wondering, Sarah or even Mikkel, so there's a lot of people who are not assigned to a room right now that are joining, but I'm having trouble like creating a new room without closing the ones that already exist.
Yes, hello, I hear you. Just 1 second, let's figure out what to do. There's 17 unassigned participants. I understand, Aprayita, that you're assigning them manually.
Yes, but I was thinking it might be easier to just create a new room, but
Yes, you can also do that. You are assigning each participant to a breakout room, so they cannot join by themselves the breakout room. So you need to assign them.
everyone who's currently unassigned, yes?
Correct.
For those of us who are just joining us now, we are organizing a trivia, and you will be assigned to a breakout room where you will have the opportunity to look at a list of knowns and unknowns and debate and discuss with your fellow room members what questions, what statements you believe are known on the basis of research and what statements are unknown. So we are assigning people to rooms. Thank you for your patience, and hopefully you will have the opportunity to get to know your fellow team members and come back and see what the answers are. Welcome. Sarah, I was delighted to hear that, or delighted to see that some people were able to guess the true, or at least research-supported statements, and we actually surprised people with which ones were known on the basis of the evidence. So I think it's going to be a fun challenge for everyone.
Aprayita, also some people from the breakout rooms are asking for the questions. We can also, I'm thinking, include them in the main chat.
I will share them, and now.
Great. Also, Aprayita, production tip. There are some breakout rooms that change the amount of participants that they're having. So if there's one person alone in one breakout room, it would be good to reassign them.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh yeah. I'll also monitor.
Oh, and I should broadcast that message to all.
Exactly, and most people have it on automatically now.
Yes, if not, I can also do it, Nathan.
Manual feedback.
So Sarah, there are going to be people in this room on their way to sessions and on their way into rooms and so forth. So I wonder, Sarah, if you can, perhaps we can talk about, we could either talk about the challenge of creating this quiz, or we could try to go through some parts of the quiz in the room itself while we are here. Maybe we could go through some of the quiz questions while we're here. So I can open up. I don't want to necessarily change what I'm sharing on my screen, but what I'll do is I will just move my tab down to the PDF of the, actually I'll move my tabs down to the form, and we can talk about some of the questions. And we'll be behind everyone, so I don't think there will be any surprises for people. Okay, Sarah, we have this first question. Which of the following statements about Wikipedia is unknown? We can reliably identify the gender of registered wiki users based on profile information. Contributions from Tor users that slip through detection, so Tor is an encryption software, are similar to contributions from unregistered new editors. And the reduction of mobility during COVID increased the volume of people seeking information on Wikipedia. However, once mobility returned to normal, the volume also returned to normal, but the kind of information people looked for did not. Which one of these was most surprising to you, Sarah?
I think like the two knowns were most surprising to me. That is that the contributions from Tor users are similar in contributions to unregistered users. I don't have because I'm not a wiki editor, I don't have a too good of a sort of a sense of like what contributions are like from different kinds of groups, but I have read that unregistered users tend to have lower quality, and so I assumed that perhaps Tor users were doing so or using Tor perhaps nefariously, which is, I think, why also they have the policy in that it does. So I was actually pleasantly surprised that somebody out there had done this research and had looked at the contributions from Tor users and found that the ones that tend to slip through the cracks are very similar to those from unregistered users. Of course, there are some challenges with a study like this. They are the ones that just slip through the cracks. There's probably lots that the bot is actually getting who, and for good reason and for good purpose, that they are vandalizing Wikipedia.
Thank you, Sarah. I'd like to interrupt briefly. Parajita, I'm noticing that there are 2 rooms, room number 1 and room number 6, that only have 1 active person in them. I am wondering if it would be a
I'm
good
trying to
thing.
just move people between rooms that are
Okay, good.
That seems to happen too.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Sarah.
No, that's fine. The other one I thought was very interesting, the other known, which is the third option there, that the reduction of mobility during COVID increased the volume of people seeking information. But then once mobility returned to normal, the volume also returned to normal, but people's information seeking did not. I am a moderator of a subreddit on Reddit that is also very information seeking heavy. And we noticed that there was a change in volume on COVID as well. More people going online and asking questions about history. And so it was very interesting to read about how COVID changed people's information seeking on Wikipedia as well, and how interesting it would be to do similar studies in different contexts. And so the unknown is the top one, and that one was not so surprising to me because I know how difficult it is to identify gender information based on what people say about themselves or what people don't say about themselves. And that gender is often not just binary, that there are all kinds of folks who identify as transgender, non-binary, or gender fluid, and that can be difficult for algorithms to identify. Nathan, do you want to talk about the second one, since I've been talking a lot?
Sure. I had another quick question. Are you, I'm keeping track also, but are you keeping track of when we need to bring people back?
When did we start? How long do we have this session? When do we finish?
We have another 25 minutes.
Okay, so
if I understand correctly.
We should bring people back in about 10 minutes.
Great.
You have indeed 25 more minutes.
Yeah, we should leave 15 minutes at the end. So let's bring people back at 6:15.
Our time, yes.
Our time.
Great. So yeah, this next set of unknowns and knowns, I was really fascinated to read the first study. So in all of these, we should have said all of these have a citation. So none of these are uncited claims. I was really fascinated by the first one here when I first read the paper about this question of whether requiring account registration helped improve the quality of a wiki or reduce the quality of the wiki. it was especially interesting study because it looked at not just individual accounts. Doesn't it, you know, are you able to get individuals who make higher quality edits by requiring account registration? It looked at the overall quality of the wiki, where you have fewer people if you require account registration. And that also has large scale implications. And it was a very cool study because it looked at 136 wikis, not part of the Wikimedia movement, but part of this site called Wikia. So that was a really, really interesting study that I first read 2 years ago. I really enjoyed that one. Oh, I think we actually brought forward a question from our own research here as well. Collaboration with with German, Polish, Persian language, and also Arabic Wikipedias. This one about Wikipedia editors who report who spend more time monitoring Wikipedia for damaging content, feeling more emotionally drained, but also more positive about their contributions. It was a really fascinating study, and I hope that it inspires more research about the feelings of burnout that contributors sometimes have, but also how the things that maybe make editors feel most burned out are some of the most important things that they care most about doing. So I really hope that that inspires further research about supporting editors, especially who feel overwhelmed by all of the things that are involved in studying, in actually editing Wikipedia. Let us move to the next one. Sarah, what was most surprising to you about this set of questions?
I was very happy to learn about the last one, which is one of the knowns. A study did a project on the representation of music artists and how they are represented on Wikipedia. And what they did is they looked at the most popular artists on Spotify and then went to see if those popular artists were then represented on Wikipedia. And so they looked at thousands and thousands of music artists. And even though female music artists tend to be underrepresented in the music industry, they actually found that they were overrepresented on Wikipedia, which shows that, you know, some of the initiatives that groups have been taking to increase the representation of women and women's biographies on Wikipedia seem to have been working. And to the point that now actually like male music artists are comparatively underrepresented. Of course, there are still more profiles of male artists, male music artists on Wikipedia just because there are so many in the industry itself. But it does show that when you look at the representation in terms of like how many popular female music artists there are out there versus on Wikipedia, that representation is actually really, really good. And so that was really exciting to see that some of the efforts that people are putting into these projects in reducing gender gaps is working.
It was a great study by the team at Spotify Research who studied these things, not just on Wikipedia, but also on their own platform. For those of you who are just joining, you are experiencing hopefully the most boring room in this activity. We have breakout groups all across this Zoomscape who are discussing and debating the questions that are the statements that we have posed, choosing between knowns and unknowns. If you're just joining us, there's still 5 more minutes to join a group, you have the opportunity to jump in, meet some other people at Wikimania, and discuss and debate these questions. So welcome, and we look forward to coming back in just under 5 minutes to talk about what everyone guessed. Let's move to question 4. I will admit that I was really encouraged and surprised to read the finding from the very first item here, that over the last decade, the coverage gap on Wikipedia between Europe and Africa has reduced by roughly 5 times. This is a new result from the folks at Who's Knowledge and the Oxford Internet Institute that showed that efforts to broaden Wikipedia's information about African knowledge and places have actually been fairly successful. And actually, it's a helpful reminder that sometimes research becomes out of date, because previous studies on this, of course, have found very different coverage gaps. And so it was very inspiring to read about that, even though there's so much more to be done to improve knowledge equity on Wikipedia. That was the thing that I found most surprising, and a real testament to the great work of so many Wikipedia contributors all across across Africa and diaspora communities who are contributing from around the world.
I see a comment in the chat from Goodness, who has said that they are in a breakout room, but that they are lost. Can one of us join the breakout room to help out?
I can join the breakout room. It's possible that no one in the breakout room has received the briefing at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And because we were talking through questions. Okay, I will join and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
That had control over the slides, and I just realized that we can now not see some of the questions to go through. I bet I can share my screen.
Sarah, let me know when you want me to close the rooms as well.
We have 1 more minute left, and then we will close the breakout rooms. Thank you for managing those. So I think that is, I can just share my screen there. So we can keep talking about some of the responses some of the responses. So except you can't see the whole thing. There we go. So for this one, you still can't see the whole thing.
Sarah, it's 6:15 now, so I'm just going to start.
Yeah, I will stop sharing my screen then. So it's cutting off the questions for some reason.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close all the rooms. And so within a minute, everyone should be back in the main room.
Okay. I suppose it's the way that I am viewing the questions, but it just, you can't read the whole statement for some reason.
If you are returning from your breakout room, welcome, welcome, welcome. We hope you had a puzzling and interesting time. And I will continue to vamp until more people are here and everyone is back from the breakout rooms. Aparajita, can you let us know when you see that everyone is back from the breakout rooms? And as we will read and go through the answers shortly, and as a reminder to our co-organizers, and not everyone here is an English first language speaker, so if we speak clearly and slowly, that will be most accessible for everyone. Welcome back.
All the breakout rooms should be closed by now, so we should all be back here.
Okay, Sarah, I believe you are setting us up for what is next.
So the next part of the trivia session is that we are going to go through all of the questions that you just saw and let you know which ones are the knowns and which are the unknowns. So Nathan, do you want to start us off?
Gladly. So as we talk about each group, I ask you to post in the chat what you thought the unknown was. So is the unknown about gender, about information seeking during COVID, or contributions from the encrypted internet service Tor? The answer is the first one. While researchers have found that some better than random success in identifying gender editor from editor user pages, enough to do an analysis of Spanish Wikipedia, automated tools can't make judgments about the full spectrum of gender identities, making this an area a continual unknown. Next up, Aparajita.
You are muted.
Oh, so is the unknown about editor burnout, registration requirements, or information inequality? So if people want to put in the chat, and then the unknown is actually about the third one, so information inequality. While many data scientists have made attempts to measure information equality and coverage on Wikipedia, the 2030 strategic plan for Wikimedia research includes trying to create something that works across the movement, and this currently is still an unknown.
Is the unknown about diverse geographies, editathon motivations, or female music artists? You can quickly put in the chat your guess now. And the answer is the first one, about diverse geographies. While Wikipedia has been successful attracting newcomers who live in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, as the 2021 Community Insights report, or as of that insight report, there has been no overall improvement in the geographic diversity of those tenured editors since 2019. This may have changed in 2022, but the most recent research shows that this is the case right now. Many researchers, including the growth team at the Wikimedia Foundation, have been testing ideas that can help this out.
Okay, is the question about volunteer contributions during COVID, financial support for editors, or the coverage gap between Europe and Africa an unknown? The answer is Add your idea. Which one is unknown? It is the second. Qualitative research conducted with Indian language Wikipedia has found that financial support did not lead to active participation, but it's not clear whether a different approach to financial support would have worked or whether it would be effective elsewhere. Still a big open question. Aparajita.
So is the unknown about women in India, recommender algorithms, or biographies? And so the answer is the second one, recommender algorithms. So in a taxonomy of knowledge gaps, the Wikimedia Foundation suggested that recommender algorithms might help fill knowledge gaps, an area that's still kind of developing and an exciting area of experimentation by the movement and researchers.
Sarah.
Is the unknown about reader motivations, transgender and non-binary articles, or the motivations of editathon organizers? And the answer is the last one. While many researchers have worked alongside organizers of editathons in English Wikipedia, a recent paper by March and Descripta based on interviews with many editathon organizers strongly encouraged future researchers to work with non-English organizers to build a clearer picture about motivations in the majority world.
We are finding that we were also stumped by many of our own questions, so it's fun to see your responses. So next, is the unknown about Wikipedia reader gender, reader patterns, or indicators of conflict? Type in the chat. The unknown here is the third one. While some researchers have created prototypes of fully automated metrics for conflict on Wikipedia, social scientists who looked closer found that what sometimes looks like conflict can actually be collaboration. Aparajita. You're muted, Aparajita.
Is the unknown about search engines, notability, or feelings of empowerment? And the unknown is the first one. So research has found that while interventions can increase content about women, they don't necessarily decrease gaps in info box content and links that influence search results. While early research has investigated how Wikipedia influences search results, the best way to actually do that is not yet clear.
Sarah.
Is the unknown a question about harassment, urban and rural users, or the reach of Wikidata? Drumroll please, and the answer is the second one, research among urban and rural users. Survey research suggests that urban readers tend to be overrepresented among readers and contributors to Wikipedia. Therefore, less is known about the experiences of rural readers or what might prevent people in rural areas from reading and accessing Wikipedia. And so for the very last question.
Okay, so is the unknown in these three things a question about how people use Wikipedia, showing newcomers view counts, or a trust meter? The answer is 2. Can we increase participation by showing newcomers how many people have viewed their articles and helping them see the value of their contributions? That's an unknown. It's something the growth team is testing right now. So contact them if you want to test it with your language Wikipedia. So we want to thank you so much for joining what is probably quite a challenging, but hopefully an interesting quiz about Wikipedia. Someone has commented, if this were my final exam, I would not have graduated. One of the things that is especially fun about being a researcher who works with the community is that there are many important questions, there are many hard questions, and as scholars, what we don't know and the search for what we don't know is one of the most important parts of being a researcher. And that's something that often we as scientists learn from talking with all of you. So we're grateful to everyone who has come to Wikimania, who has talked about your experiences and your challenges and your work, because that is how scientists learn what questions to ask. So we encourage you in the last few minutes to name someone from your group who you especially enjoyed meeting, or who you think was especially good at coming up with answers. Other things to know about the session is that we hope to publish a blog post with these questions soon. And please, we may have made errors. We might have thought something was known or unknown and got it wrong. So we had an item in the form for you to let us know about our errors. And then if you are interested in connecting with researchers to do your own research about your community, please check in with the Wikimedia researchers list. Look at the Wikimedia Research Showcase, which is a regular gathering hosted by the Foundation of Research. And obviously, we're always interested to talk to Wikipedia communities about collaborations with you. So many thanks to everyone who submitted ideas for these answers. We will post the blog to our website, citizensandtech.org. And if you add your email address to the form, we will send you the blog post, the answers, and all of the other relevant material. And I believe, Sarah, we have it set so people can update their answers or submit another form entry if you didn't add your email address the first time. Thank you, everyone. This has been fantastic. And in a true Wikipedia fashion, here are the citations for our questions. Have a great Wikimania.
Welcome and hello to the Wikimedia Sound Logo Project Roundtable and Q&A. Saying hi from windy, cold, but very sunny Johannesburg. My name is Matoto Matzadela. I'm a senior manager in the communications department at the Wikimedia Foundation. I'm joined by my colleague Taz. Taz, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello. Hello from a very hot and sticky London. My name is Taz Elias. I'm the brand collaborations lead at the foundation. I'm Matoto's colleague in the brand studio, and I am working with Matoto on the sound and music aspect of this contest.
So if you're here today, you're probably curious to learn more about the Sound Logo project and contest. It's a project to co-create a sound for Wikimedia's knowledge and content with you, our volunteer communities, and pretty much any free knowledge enthusiast around the world. We'll tell you more about the details of this project in this session, giving you a project overview and the people behind it. We'll also show you the many ways you can get involved and leave ample time at the end to cover off any questions that you may have after listening to the session. And so, to begin with the project overview, we know that many people around the world are seeking knowledge and information, and they're doing so increasingly using voice assistants from their laptops or their phones, using applications like Siri and Alexa and many, many more. This is hardly new information. We're entering the Internet of Things. Our content, Wikimedia content, is also on audio devices, and it's also increasingly available around the world. Unfortunately, right now, this content is often not identified, and so the listener probably doesn't know this content is coming from a Wikimedia project. So a sound logo, in brief, is a collection of sounds, such as a short, mnemonic, usually 1 to 4 seconds long. And the idea is that this little mnemonic would be played in an audio interface when content from Wikimedia is served. It's a device that is very similar to the well-known Tadam that Netflix uses, and the Nokia sounds for those who were there in the 90s. A sound logo offers us, Wikimedia, very many new ways to be identified in the knowledge ecosystem through audio interfaces. And so the team behind the Sound Logo project is a big collaboration. We are incredibly happy to have a global set of community liaisons. I think they're on the call today. And we also have staff from the foundation who are working on the project in various capacities, as well as supporters and advisors from department colleagues at the foundation. On the call, we might have many of your colleagues as organizers and volunteers: Andy, Bianto, Irina, John, and Mohammed. I'm sure they're saying hi in the chat. And I then pass on to Taz, who will share more about the global contest itself.
Thanks very much. Yeah, a few words about the contest design, because this is an open global contest, which we're looking to crowdsource the sound logo and work with one of our partners. So we'll just go into that now. Next slide, please. So the contest itself is based mostly on a lot of the previous logo contests that the Wikimedia movement have been integral in creating. But as it's a new kind of contest in that we're looking for sound, there are some new aspects as well. So as I said, it's an open global contest. So it'll be created on a WordPress portal, which actually means that members of the public and those that may not have a Wikimedia account can participate. One other important aspect is because it's an open global contest. We're very likely to get numerous submissions, and with that comes the need for a screening team to ensure that we capture any aspects of any submissions that are technically incorrect or could be seen as vandalism. So we're looking for a community screening team to help with that aspect early on in the contest. The final vote, which will be for the final 10 sound logos, will take place on Wikimedia Commons. And there will be prizes for the winner and for the other 9 finalists as well, which we're finalising at the moment. So just a word on our technical partner for this project. We're working with an agency, a sonic agency called Massive Music, who have been making sound logos and other sonic branding tools for the past 20 years. They're global leaders, and they've been working with us for a fair few months, ensuring that the contest and all of the aspects behind the contest work and are legally sound. Next slide, please. So a bit more to where the community comes in. We're going to have a selection committee who will be deciding with Massive Music exactly which 10 sound logos will go to the final vote. Our colleague Merdad, who I'm sure many of you know, has been working hard behind the scenes to put together the selection committee. And here are a few aspects of how the sound logo should sound, which is what we're calling the brief, and it will be included on the web portal as a criteria for entrance. So the sound logo should feel human, inspired, smart, and warm, all very emotive descriptors for the movement itself. 3 aspects which are technical requirements is that it should comprise of multiple layers, textures, or sounds. So that essentially means that there should be more than one sound, and each sound should happen and play back one over the other. So we had a masterclass session on Thursday with our partners, Massive Music. We went into all of the detail and provided some music production tools and instructions and guidance on how to do that. You'll be able to watch that masterclass very soon. Your sound logo submission should be between 1 and 4 seconds long, and it should only contain original sounds or sounds that are CC0 or public domain. So there are the main aspects of submissions. Next slide, please. Is that my one, Matata?
No.
Okay. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks, Taz. So naturally, we really want to make this a participatory process in not just the contest design. We wanted to indeed, but also in the way that we were making decisions. Part of designing the contest, as Taz shared, involved a range of community conversations that were led by Merdad, who's in our movement communications team. And the objective here was to really offer communities a chance to take in a lot of information about quite a complex and new way of seeking a logo, a sound logo. And we put all of this in a contest proposal in 9 languages on Meta, and had it for review over May and June, inviting suggestions and feedback on the talk page and in other forums, including an email. We also hosted 2 dedicated virtual sessions that were part information sharing as well as an introduction to some sonic concept. And hearing the results, just a snapshot of the results is, for us, this was an incredible milestone for the project because hearing many of these questions and comments allowed us to reflect and also make decisions for the next steps of the project. All of this is documented on Meta. We were looking out to hear where there was support and where there was no clear objection, allowing us to make the immediate next steps and steps towards the completion of the project clear, while keeping you all updated. And this big sort of feedback from the session was that there was quite a surprising and very good to know that this is an exciting project. People are very excited that it's happening, and they increasingly want to get involved and want to find out how, and that they wanted something that many people really wanted to reiterate was that conceptualizing and capturing and producing sounds is quite complex and takes time, and that this process, the contest itself, should not be rushed. And so it's wonderful that we're here at Wikimania to give communities around the world a preview and a head start to conceptualizing and collaborating, so that they have almost a month and a half a head start before the rest of the world can join in. Same with the selection. There were comments around how it might be more difficult to make a selection of a sound, which is not the same as comparing two logos. One has to listen and take it in, and so we needed that voting period also to have some breathing room in the contest design. And lastly, in completely a Wikimedia way, this has to be a ways for people to collaborate. And so we heard very clearly that people wanting to work or submit a sound should be given the chance to collaborate. And so we found ways to allow for that, including an open library that is on the contest page on Meta, that has a forum for one to collaborate, but also resources to use leading up to the contest open. And so the best part, how do you get involved? Taz will share more. You're muted, Taz.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, sorry about that. I have a have a +1 in the room. So the team are currently working on the WordPress web portal, which will allow us to receive, screen, and review submissions. We're also looking at how the vote will take place on Wikimedia Commons as well. At the moment, my dad is working on putting together a screening team. So if you are interested in becoming a part of the screening team, please email soundlogo, one word, at wikimedia.org. As I mentioned before, my dad is also putting together the selection committee. Matoto is working on global outreach with more of our colleagues from the communications department at the foundation, and also looking at promotion. As mentioned, the workshop happened at Wikimania a couple of days ago, and that will be available for you to review very shortly. The production of the contest promotion materials is also underway. So here's a timeline, a rough timeline. So the submission period for you to submit your sound logo entrance will be from mid-September to mid-October. It will last roughly a month, so it's coming up soon. The final vote will be open for 3 weeks, roughly from the end of November this year. There'll be a legal review where the foundation, our partners, Massive Music, and a musicologist, an independent musicologist, will start their due diligence, copyright checks, contracting, and clearance, which will take a fair few weeks, but that's to ensure that the sound is unique, can be registered, and can represent all of the hard work that the Wikimedia community do every day. And we are aiming to announce the winner in early 2023. So that's a quick look ahead at what's coming up for the Sound Logo team. So, ways for you to get involved. Here's just a few, but if you have any questions, thoughts, ideas, or suggestions, please reach out to the community liaisons and the team as well. So first things first, when it's available, watch the Sound Logo Masterclass. It's very valuable. It goes through the basics of sound logos, where sound logos came from and why they're so important now, least of all because many of us are online and many of us are using sound solely to gain knowledge. So watch the Sound Logo Masterclass, very valuable. Next, find and tag existing sounds that are in the public domain or Creative Commons Zero. We'll be sharing a link to what we're calling the Sound Lab, which is the collaboration space that has lots of sounds for you to use on your submissions, and we're inviting people to bring together a lot more. Think of concepts as well. How do you feel the Wikimedia movement could best be represented by sound? So we're asking you to conceptualize that. Take some time to think what sounds represent the Wikimedia movement best, and you can start sharing with your community members and concepting together. Capture sounds, so capture sounds on your mobile phone, or if you've got a microphone and a laptop, perhaps you can capture sounds out and about. That's a great way to think about concepting and work your way towards a final sound. And then once the contest is open, submit your unique sound logo to the contest, where we will be screening, reviewing, scoring, and selecting. Encourage others to submit sounds as well. This is very important because we're very, very keen for the Wikimedia community to submit sounds that represent their community. And then lastly, inquire to join the screening team, because we need lots of people to review sounds. We're expecting quite a few sounds, so it'd be great if the movement could be a part of that screening process too. So that's about it in terms of ways to get involved. I think that may be the last slide. Yes, that is. So we're opening the floor for people to ask questions, share thoughts, feelings about the contest, etc. So we'll just have a look in the sidebar. Have there been
And
any
to add,
questions? Sorry, go on.
to add, just want to say, a heartfelt thank you to everyone who has taken the time to familiarize themselves with the contest so far, from the early essay that we wrote in November, right up to the consultations in May and June. We appreciate your enthusiasm and your interest and your suggestions, and look forward to more.
I think the slides may have gone at one point, but we will be uploading these slides to Wikimedia Commons soon after this round table for everyone to review at their leisure. Awesome. Yeah, I've just updated the link for the Sound Lab. I don't think it was working, but I think Mohammed and I have both dropped those links in there in the chat. So we have a question from the Etherpad. There's some skepticism about the initiative. One of the main objectives from the commenters side is what exact usage of Sound Logo of Wikimedia is this going to be, and in what situations? Right now I struggle to think of any. Okay, I think we can answer that from a top line perspective. So in the first instance, Matoto mentioned that the first use case for the Sound Logo is going to be for voice assistance. In the, I think it may have been an earlier version, but we can certainly share some research that points to a proliferation of sound assistant uses, or smart speakers as they're often called, which are used at home, like the Amazon Echo, for example, and the, I think, Apple HomePod and things like that. So those smart speakers, as they're called colloquially, are used quite readily around the world, and use is growing exponentially. And the research points to the fact that a very large percentage, and it has always been over 75%, of particular searches, which are knowledge-based and fact-based, use Wikimedia content for their answers. We have the research figures that we can share as mentioned, but an awful lot of the time, more often than not, the Wikimedia content isn't identified. It's coming from Wikimedia projects. So we saw this as an opportunity to create something that can identify the Wikimedia volunteers' hard work. And this is just a start. The first use case is for that purpose, but it can of course be used for multiple uses, including on the many videos that the movement create that could signify and identify that they're part of the Wikimedia movement. It could be used on content made outside of the movement as well, alongside the logos that already exist as part of the Wikimedia visual identity. So I hope that answers your question. If you want to add anything there, Matoto?
Thanks for the question. And just to add one more resource that would have an exhaustive list of use cases and some of the research that Taz has mentioned, you can find on the FAQ tab on the Sound Logo meta page. And I will add it here.
There was also a request for the session on Thursday, which I actually just saw pop up in the feed loop. There were a few technical issues, but I'll share it now. But please be sure, if anyone would like any resources or assistance, please email soundlogo@wikimedia.org. That's a great place to access not only your community liaisons, of which there are 5, but also the project team direct. So let me find the link quickly, and I'll share that in the chat. Check if there's any more questions. Right, so I think I have found a YouTube link, so I'm going to drop that in the chat if anyone would like to review the Sound Logo Masterclass from Thursday. I just double check that's the right link.
Not sure you saw the question in the queue, Taz, around the criteria the screening team will use to utilize to judge the sound. Or is that all in the video? We can. I think it's the 2-minute delay between YouTube and Feedloop. And so we're good to proceed. I think we're good. No, they didn't. Ah, okay. Do you see the question in the Q&A? I also drop in
Good to go. You know what? Let me just write a comment. It's quite simple, and the slide should be on screen now. It's essentially the last three bullet points on that. So the screening team will look to hear if there are at least two sounds that overlap with one another to create a layered composition. They'll also listen to see if the sound is between 1 and 4 seconds long, and they'll look to hear if they can recognize any sounds or sounds that may not be original or part of the public domain. But this is, of course, this would require further research and for the team to speak to the person that submitted it. They will provide rationale and justification for their sound as well. But further to that, the screening team will log on to the web portal through the back end, and as screeners, they will have a list of questions that, if the answer is yes to one of them, which pertains to the criteria, all they need to do is tick it. So the criteria is there, and we'll be sharing that criteria with anyone that would like to apply to the screening team, and they can make a decision as to whether they would like to do it. It's very straightforward, very easy, not different to anything that Wikimedians do on our projects every day. The main bulk of the questions is to do with vandalism, because we do need to screen for vandalism. So there'll be questions. Could it be perceived as being offensive or anything like that, or not suitable in representing Wikimedia? But it is very straightforward. We'll share the criteria very soon. I think there was a question from Tommy, which I'll just scroll back up. It says, Wikipedia is mostly about reading and images. There ought to be an audio side and other sensory perceptions also to it. Why not being welcome to the Wikipedia homepage by a characteristic sound? Make sure it can be turned off though. As being part of this project, I would wholeheartedly agree, because sound is one of my life's passions. That it would be very useful in ensuring that sound goes some way to representing Wikimedia content, but that, of course, is something that the community would need to rally around and agree on happening. But of course, it's something, it's a use case that the sound that's chosen could be utilized for. But I wholeheartedly agree with you, Tony. Just going back through the chat list. Apologies for the technical difficulties earlier. I think there was a question that I may have missed earlier. It says, Taz talked about a session held on Thursday. Can I get the link? I shared it once, but I need to understand how the sound logo is done. There are volunteers to organise basic training. That is possible, no doubt, who many of you may know, the person that organised the community and is doing a lot of the resources that are going to be made available. So I'm currently working on, I think, 4 training sessions for volunteers between now and the submission window for sound logos closing. So the answer is yes. So we're just organising, we're figuring out when they should take place to ensure that anyone in the world soundlogo@wikimedia.org to express your interest, and as soon as it's available, we'll announce on the meta page, or else, and the community liaisons will communicate through Telegram and the other communication channels.
I see there's quite a few people who've joined since we began. about 43 attendants on Feedloop, probably more on YouTube. For those who are just joining, this was a short introduction and overview of the Sound Logo project, sharing steps we have taken so far, consultations we've had with members of the Wikimedia communities around the world, and the results, as well as the plans to launch the contest in the coming month during September. And so any questions you have, if you've reviewed some of the material on Meta, or you attended the masterclass during the week on the first day of Wikimedia, please share your questions here. We still have time with you. And so this is your chance.
So there's a question on the Q&A tab, or more of a comment. Sounds local to destinations like South Africa could be super unique. Imagine there could be a huge amount of situation. There can be a huge impact for visually impaired and other. Yes, thanks very much, Andrea. Yes, for sure. I would definitely, I'm going to post the link to the masterclass that we did on Thursday again for everyone to see how the craft of creating sound logos differs to music production and the standards of music creation and music concepting. It's not very different, but there are certain aspects. We spoke about the sound not particularly pertaining to one specific culture, but more of a global movement. And Joe, who led the music production and technical aspect of the masterclass, shared, without drawing that much attention to it, a very, very smart way to take a sound from a very specific locale. So we used an African drum, and then he added things to it and added effects and manipulated it to give it a more global sound, as we're calling it, which is very smart. So I would love to see in the notes, in the rationale for sound logo submissions, that they, participants started with sounds that are local to them, and they went through a process to change and manipulate those sounds to give them a much more global sound to represent the global movement. So it starts with them, and it sort of radiates to the wider movement, which I think is a beautiful story. So I think we may have a few more questions. I'll just go through. Another comment from Tommy. That's amazing, Tommy. I would, if this is a question and a request, if you are open to collaborating with members of the Wikimedia community who may not have as much experience in audio design as you do, it would be amazing if you could offer your services to help those that may have, may have ideas and concepts that they'd like to submit, but may not necessarily have the experience to do so. So I'll be hoping to see an email from you coming to our inbox at soundlogo@wikimedia.org. Another question from Chimmery. Can people who are not Wikipedians join in the Sound Logo contest? Yes, they can. It's an open global contest, so anyone can submit a sound. It's as simple as that. We've made it an open global contest in order to get as many submissions as possible, because we know that our colleague Tommy has experience in audio production design, but perhaps not that many people in the movement do. So we're opening it to allow for submissions. And of course, the most important thing is that we have Wikimedia volunteers on the selection committee to decide which sounds make it through to the final 10. So although it is open, no sounds will make it through to the final without a green light, as it were, from the volunteers.
And additionally, since the voting platform will be on Commons, it will require anyone wanting to vote to sign up and log in and have a login. And so while it is really open to everyone, the voting portion of the Sound Logo project, the real decision between the 10 finalists, is most likely going to be made by Wikimedians who have a login.
Another comment from Tony: having AI choose and manipulate the sounds might add some neutrality to the logo, I imagine. That would be an amazing scenario. This is just my personal opinion, but AI, I think, is still relatively fraught with glitches, I would say. It's a lovely suggestion. I would love to see the sound logo that is chosen by AI and the sound logo that is chosen by the community. Of course, just for my own personal preference.
It's very encouraging to see here in the attendees familiar faces, people who have joined either the masterclass or the community consultations or have commented on the talk page. Again, appreciate your support and your recommendations and comments and suggestions. Please keep them coming.
A question from Goodness in the chat: any sound production app you can recommend? So I'd certainly recommend creating a sound on a desktop or a laptop computer, and the software that I'd recommend to use is called Ableton Live Lite. So it's free software. It's incredibly powerful. It's seen as being industry standard for beginners who would like to create sound and music. So I'll drop it in the chat now. I'll drop a link to it in the chat. If your preference is to use open source software, there is a program called Audacity, which is a little bit more limited in how you can create. And we will also have a list of resources, tools, and software on the web portal as well. But if you search for any DAW, which stands for Digital Audio Workspace, have a look through the DAWs that are on offer, and yeah, take some time to do some research, read reviews, maybe download some, have a play, see which one you like. But again, the Sound Logo Masterclass is a great place to start. It teaches you the basics on how to create a sound logo from scratch.
We have about a minute left, just so anybody who's been drafting their question and hasn't posted it yet, please do so now and we can answer here. If you didn't get time to share your question here, again, there are various social media groups, WhatsApp, Telegram, and I think Signal as well, and Instagram, and soundlogo at wikimedia.org. For any questions you have about what we've shared here today.
Yeah, we've got another question from Suyash. What about the sounds not produced with the help of any computer software, MIDI, etc.? Any sounds that are what we would call naturally acoustic, so sounds that are recorded out in the open world, that are controlled by MIDI, and in short, MIDI is a control language that MIDI keyboards used to trigger sound. So you could record a bird tweeting outside, for example, and you'd put it in a digital audio workstation and map it to a key on a keyboard, and MIDI will be able to play the different scales of that bird sound. So you could have a really high-pitched bird sound or a really low-pitched bird sound, like my voice. That's what MIDI is. So as long as the sound that you are creating is original, that you've recorded, or is a CC0 sound, MIDI's fine. That's perfectly okay. You can record and use as you wish. So I think that's us out of time. Thanks, everyone. Have a lovely rest of your Wikimania. And be sure to email us and the liaisons on the email that you can see there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
To the first Wiki Banquet at Wikimania. Really excited to have all of you. And today is exciting because we want to share a meal together and just chat and kind of have some casual time to eat, chat, tell us how Wikimania is going, what you're currently doing. If you want to share what you're also eating at the moment, that would be great. It's a bit early for me, so I still can't have food, but I will be having some coffee soon and can share that as well. I see Sandra already sharing on her end. So yeah, if you want to turn your mic on, turn your camera on, have to put in some little bit of background music as well, and we can take it from there. If it's big, we can make breakout rooms. If not, we'll all just be here and have a meal together.
Actually,
Sandra.
I prepared something and I want to.
Yes, so Fego. Sorry, Nino, you were saying?
Go ahead.
Oh, does anyone want to share what they're eating? I see Sandra eating, Venus eating. I'm not sure who else is eating. I'm going to put some background music now, but feel free, Nanor. Yeah.
Actually, I want to say and share with you that during this session, I'm going to prepare tabbouleh. I prepared the ingredients here, and I will cut them, chip them, and prepare tabbouleh here. It's very easy, it's very healthy, and delicious.
Tabbouleh sounds really good, and I'm getting hungry. It's 6:24 a.m. for me, but definitely getting hungry just hearing about it.
And I am at work. I cannot talk that much, but I am eating dried berries. They are so good.
Very nice. Venus, Anthony, Sandra, anyone want to share?
I can start. I'm actually just having this like lucky straws that I got from supermarket because much coffee these days. So try to stay healthy and my healthy snack. So yeah, enjoying it with actually some Coke. So it's not that healthy on my side. But cheers, everyone.
Nice. Also, can you hear the audio well, or are you hearing an echo? Sorry. Because I'm showing my computer audio. Okay, good. How about you, Sandra? What are you having?
I'm having a lot. I decided not to take breakfast so that I could keep a bit of my tummy to have this. So just finished my lunch and now I'm having coffee and butter cookies.
Y'all are making me hungry, but I can't eat that early. I don't know. But anyway, I'm about to have some coffee prepared from the Nespresso because I don't have my coffee machine here. But cheers. Anyone else? I love tabbouleh, Nanor. Anyone else know tabbouleh?
Hello.
Okay. Yes, Butch, please go ahead.
It's now 7:27 here in Singapore. I just cooked dinner, but I didn't know that there was a banquet. So, but I don't know. This is my meal. So I shared it on the Wikimania chat, the food that I got. I don't know if I call it mechado or afritada. I don't know. I'm just confused. But this is not a Singapore dish, but they call it Spanish, but we it's also a Filipino dish that we normally love.
That sounds yummy, Butch. I'm getting more and more hungry. Hey there, Derek. How's it going? Any stroopwafel ASMR this time around?
Good morning, good morning. So it's well, actually, good afternoon. It's just past noon here in England. Yeah, so nice to see you all. Most of you again. After a year of each of us doing our own wiki things around the world. So yeah, so very nice to be here. I didn't realize this was happening after the cancellation on day one, and so I hadn't prepared food, and instead at the start of the session I went and made 2 ready meal items. So this is number 1. It's cup noodles. It's made by a Japanese British ramen brand. This one is pork broth flavor, and this is 3-in-1 instant coffee, imported all the way from Malaysia. So yeah, this is what I've got for you right now. Yeah, I know last year I followed along the recipes and made some changes. This year I have gone out a few times to other events of food over the weekend, including Wikimania in person in London. So in contrast, my own cooking has been a bit depleted. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Venus. Yeah, Venus says, "Oh, say hello to Connie. That's my wife." Yeah. Yes, I will. I will. Thank you, Venus. And great to know that your talk this morning works very well. I streamed the whole thing on YouTube. Yeah. So glad to know we've fixed all our technical glitches by the middle of day 2, and we're now running very smoothly. But I see others saying I want to be in the queue, so I will shut up. LeBron J, would you like to share yours?
Okay, maybe I can go first, then someone else will follow. So, you know, in my country, we have this food that is called the ugali. It's a very common food in Tanzania and
Having
as well in East Africa.
banga
So,
soup.
oh, okay. Oh, okay, thank you. So, ugali is a very common food in my country and in East Africa. I just had a very heavy breakfast, so it's not here yet. But I just send the link on that if you want to take a look how it looks like. That is ugali. Right now, I just have my simple drink, enjoying Wikimania here. So you are welcome. Anyone who want to share next, what are they eating, drinking, wherever you are, please welcome.
LeBron, go ahead again.
I am cooking banga soup with rice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh man, I wish I could get some of all of your food, but coffee will do for now. Anyone else having anything amazing or want to share anything about what they thought about Wikimania so far? What's been your favorite session? Or your favorite art, culture, and entertainment portion? Machado link shared by Butch. I wish I was in my kitchen now.
I was
Anyone?
very impressed by the cultural offering this year. All the dance sessions, the pre-recorded mental health open copyright art session, and yeah, the opening ceremony had the introduction to Ukrainian culture. Yeah, I was very impressed by all of those.
Same. I was really impressed by them. They were really good. And I loved seeing just the diversity of our community from around the world. And funny enough, most of these were community led. So that was amazing to see. I was really excited with all of them. I think my favorite was probably Poetry in Motion from United Arab Emirates, or Ukraine video was good. And then one of the dances from the dance festivals from South Asia were really cool. Anyone
Yeah,
else
some
have
of, some of
anything?
those videos don't have captions, it seems. So when I watched, I could only hear the speaker talking in their local language, and it seemed that the simultaneous translation thing didn't work. So if like organizers or stuff, or even like just find the authors themselves to put up captions onto, say, YouTube or Commons, then it can be translated.
Yeah, definitely. I think most of those will be uploaded with the subtitles. But yeah, that I think we probably, I think they actually should be, I think, available already. But if not, tomorrow they'll be uploaded with subtitles. But it was great in general, I think. Also, the Alto Mujeres Trabajando from Argentina was really good. I really like that. Shout out to the South American community. And I think Wiki Mexico was also involved in that one. It's really cool. Any other favorite sessions from anyone? Nanor. Oh, you're on mute.
I will go back to food to talk about my tabbouleh. I chipped the persilia and tomato with the salad, and just going to add burgul, because tabbouleh is with a little bit burgul, not so much burgul, and this sort of burgul, it's very small, and a little bit lemon and olive oil. So yeah, and then I will talk after my tabbouleh about my favorite sessions during this Wikimania.
So yummy. So yummy. Or the instant ramen that Derek is eating as well would be so good. Venus, we haven't heard from you. Want to share, or are you? Oh, your audio is a bit off. 1 second. Oh, Venus, your mic is not well connected, I think.
I think Mina is trying to rejoin.
Yeah. What else has been interesting for you this year at Wikimania?
As me, so I was oh, so many things. I just read a lot of the sessions. One of the most heartwarming sessions for me this year was the Taiwan Indigenous Languages session on day one. I attended their session last year as well, and it's really nice to go back and see that they are presenting both the same story as they did last year, but that's only the first half of the presentation. The second half are things that are new and were done in the past year, and I was very glad to see them making progress with getting more Formosan languages through ISO 639 and then onto their own Wikimedia projects. And it's nice to see that unlike previous years, this year the younger tribal language speakers actually presented more fluently than the older ones. And I think that's a great sign for language vitality.
That's awesome. I think it's always great to see the progress of all the projects going on. And then, it's like, oh, you last heard from them and they were just doing this and or starting or, in another phase. And now it's like they're doing something amazing. So I'm always just very much amazed at all the different projects that go on in the communities around the world, and like the growth they have, and like the impact they have, and yeah, and how amazing the people behind that are running them.
We've got a group joining, is it in Tunisia, on Habib Henny's screen?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey there, everyone.
What did you guys like most about this year's Wikimania? And what have you been doing in person?
This year is we are back to in-person meeting, and do you hear me? Yeah. I'm very happy because we are back to in-person events. That's a very, very good point. Yeah, we missed this. We missed this, and yeah, there's some technical issues with the online events, but I think we need now to turn back to in-person and leave this online events. Do you agree? I don't know. It's my point of view.
I think that is a very common sentiment this year. Yeah. We are ready for in-person Wikimania 2023. It's a bit of a shame that this session was in parallel with the future of Wikimania session. I think a lot of what we talk about here and what they talk about there will overlap in terms of what we want Wikimania to be, what we like about it, and what should we do beyond next year. Yeah, good to see you all in the same room joining together. Very nice.
What do you all think about the location for next year?
Just showing our first national soft drink in Tunisia. So we presented it yesterday in our session with couscous, shakshuka. If you miss that, you can see it on the records. We bring some couscous, shakshuka, and pastries from Tunisia in our session. And this is our national drink, soft drink.
We hope to meet in in-person conference soon.
If anyone new has joined, just if you want to grab a meal or if you're eating something already and would like to share, feel free to show your video or mic, or type it in the chat. And then also, if you just want to share, what has your favorite session been so far, or even where you're calling in from. So I can start with that one. I'm calling in from San Miguel de Allende in Mexico. It is a very cute town, like about 2.5 hours, 3 hours from Mexico City. And I am watching and producing, well, basically working from here for Wikimania. And I'm actually joined in by Mikel Enecois, who has also been the supporting grants for Wikimania, as well as generally the project. We're here working together, and just really excited to have this space to kind of just chat, eat, and share all together. So yeah, that's us. Here's Mikael, if you want to see him for a second.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you. I'm jealous as well of everything that you're eating right now. Nanora, I heard you were using as well olive oil, and you were making some nice things. So, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, we're excited and glad to be here. How about you, Anthony?
Thank you, Elfego. So, yes, my name is Antoni Mtavangu, and I'm joining Wikimania 22 from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, East Africa. In case you don't know Dar es Salaam or Tanzania, it's where the second tallest mountain is found, Kilimanjaro. So you are warmly welcome to Tanzania. But I'm really happy to be engaging with you all who joined the Wikimania 2022. It's really an amazing gathering that we came up with, and you are here until this time, the last day. We are so happy. So let's have fun. Please feel free to share anything about the conference, your food, your drinks, whatever. Thank you. Back to you.
Is Venus back to the discussion? She was trying to share something, but her mic didn't work last time. Yeah, please, Venus.
I'm back actually. I was just hoping to ask George here to share like some famous dishes in Singapore, because like he was there in the morning talking about like Wikimania will be in Singapore next year, and I want something to have in my mind to imagine, like, and actually I want to plan for my like food schedule for the next Wikimania. So I'm just wondering if he can share with us now. Or is it too early to plan for my food for next Wikimania?
Are you directing this question at someone specific, which isn't in the call?
On something about like food in Singapore, I'm happy like to listen to, because I've never been there and I want to know a bit more. So yeah.
I've got Malaysian style white coffee, which is probably the closest thing to Singapore cuisine we've got in this chat room right now.
I also just did a quick wiki search on Singaporean cuisine, of course, derived from like several ethnic groups. But yeah, in Singapore, food is viewed as crucial to its national identity and a unifying cultural thread. Okay, let's see.
If you eat pork, you should try this in Singapore. Bak kut teh. Is a pork bone soup with lots of herbs and it's a very hearty meal, originally designed for mine and forest workers. Now it's a signature soup all over Southeast Asia.
It's so funny, as we were putting in that link, I saw it as well. I was like, oh gosh, that looks so good. Okay. Judith Chioma in chat says, hello, everyone. I'm Judith from Nigeria. I've just had pasta with some scrambled eggs and potato chips. I see what others are cooking and eating, and it looks yummy. the banga soup looks so yummy as well, she says.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I think it's good that I also run. There are two of us here. So I've got Kemi. Kemi is from the Nigerian Institute of Journalists, and she's going to be having what we call fisherman soup. And Kemi, do you want to talk to us about this?
Yes. So this is eba, our local food made from cassava, and as you can see, and then once it's made, it's wrapped in nylon for you to be able to take it. We call it gari. Then once it's made, it forms this eba. And this is the fisherman's soup I'm taking with it. The fisherman's soup is soup taken by the Niger Delta people. It has crab in it. It has fish in it. It has small prawns in it. It's made with okra. Then they dice a little bit of chop a little bit of pepper, maybe cayenne pepper into it, and fish. There's a type of fish which is taken in from Niger Delta by Niger Delta people. They had it to eat to give it flavor and taste. So that is what I'm taking, eba and fisherman soup. That's my meal for today for the Wikimania.
Well, so I'm going to take what we call amala. Amala is a paste made from yam flour. It's very popular in the southwestern part of Nigeria. So Judith has spoken about something that is popular in the southeastern part of Nigeria. Kemi has spoken about something popular in the southern part of Nigeria. So this is popular in the southwestern part of Nigeria. So we've got amala, and it's got soup. So there are three soups I'm using to eat this amala now. The first is ewedu. So ewedu is made from vegetables. I don't know the name in English, but locally we call it ewedu. So it's blended, chopped, and cooked. Then we also have what we call begiri. So begiri is made from beans. The beans is cooked. Then it's also somehow it's mashed into a soup. And then we've got the stew that gives the soup flavor. And I'm going with catfish. So amala is a very popular delicacy here in the southwest. So most people, whether they're from the southwest or not, would usually have amala as a staple. And it's something I would urge people who come to southwestern Nigeria to have a taste whenever they're here to enjoy this. And I see Sandra saying she needs this. Yes, if you find your way to Lagos, you need to enjoy this. So one very good thing about amala is that it's got a nickname called abula, and that's because the soup that you're using to eat amala is slimy. Right? So it's not something that you would eat with the cutlery like Kemi is trying to do. You have to eat amala with your hands, and when you take a bowl, you have to turn it so that the slime does not stain the plate and stain your clothes. So you have to do this before it goes into your mouth. Usually yummy. I'd urge you all to test it out. Over to you, Fego.
Oh my. I don't know what to do because I'm so hungry now. And yeah,
Fego,
yeah.
would like to see Coyote eat it.
So
I heard
you have to do the turning before it come out.
But you said it's kind of like a soup coyote or like a. Ooh, nice. Okay. Very nice. Nanor, how's your tabbouleh coming along? Tabbouleh.
Yes, I think my tabbouleh, and we usually drink something after the lunch, tea or cafe. But here I prepared cafe, Arabic cafe. Arabic, Turkish, or Armenian. It's the same, different language who use it, but it's Arabic. So we do it in this pot and like this. And voila, I will drink my cafe. And I saw Nada put some kind of food that they have in Palestine. Can you speak about ملوخية, Nada?
Well, hello everyone. This is Nada. I'm from Palestine. Well, ملوخية, actually, it's pronounced ملوخية. It's a plant. We chopped it, very soft. We boil chicken, maybe rabbits. It's different from someone to the other one. Then we put this soft chopped ملوخية in the water, boiled water of the chicken, and have a nice meal. It's not hard, but it sure will strengthen your hand muscle when you chop the ملوخية. So you may see the photos of this food on Wikicommons, but it's delicious. I want to be sure about that. It's a very delicious, and sometimes I think it should be the national drink of our country because it's really delicious. Thank you, everyone.
If I may speak, can I?
Of course.
Thank you. This is Mervat. I'm speaking from Amman, Jordan. Just want to take the chance to salute everyone here, all my friends in Tunisia, Nanur, Manar, Nada, Venus, Anthony, everyone. So it's really a good chance, nice chance to see everything you are doing right now, dinner, decisions you enjoyed, everything. So this is really unique. Wikimania, it's my fourth actually, but yeah, I mean, even if we are discussing with each other, meeting each other from the different parts of the world behind the screens, but it's really a good chance. Hopefully next year we will gather again and see each other in person. So for me, I have just finished my lunch. I ate, or I had pasta salad. It consists of pasta. What's that? Chicken pieces, herbs, lettuce, and the dressing is olive oil with lemon and balsamic. So that's my lunch for today. Everyone enjoy your meals and enjoy the rest of the day. Happy Wikimania. Bye.
That sounds amazing, Mervat. Also, Habib posted an image from Commons, I think, from what they're eating now in Tunisia. So, Habib, do you want to speak more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the same thing, or the ingredients are quite similar, but it's not presented as the ملوخية in the Eastern region, countries in Arabic region. We had a special ملوخية. It's very tasty, very spicy also. The common green is the color, and we use with beef. Yeah, and this is something special about our ملوخية. We prepare it, we cook it on not the usual way. We keep it cooking one entire night. So for eating this food, you have to make it or prepare it in the evening, and you prepare all the ingredients and let it put it on fire and very, very light fire and wait all the night to be prepared. Yeah, 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 like that. It's green, and as I show you the picture, and because we put in the dish tomatoes as much as possible, but that's why it's dark. Yeah.
That's amazing. Just a heads up for everyone. Derek has posted a link so you can add your pictures to the sessions page of all the food that you're eating. That'd be great. And that way everyone can see it. And then, yeah, and then I see some comments in Feedloop saying, I know about the banga soup being made by LeBron J. It is made from palm kernel. It is actually a delicious soup. I am from Nigeria, he says. And then Tommy is saying, I am from a place called Hungary, which sounds like Hungary. Never learned to speak Hungarian though, but I'm good at eating kolbas and gulas. And then someone else says, what about afang soup and onugbu soup, eating with akpu, fermented cassava, cooked and pounded? Yeah, and then a lot of people that know about it. It's amazing. All right, everyone. It seems like we are coming to an end here. But Nanor, did you want to go before we disconnect?
Yes, I want to show one last thing with the cafe. When we finished our cafe, there remained a lot of cafe here actually. And what we did is just we put it like that and we turn that and we wait to dry and then we read our chance and destiny in the rest of the cafe instead to say, wow, there is a 3 ways, there is a 3 point that will come in 3 weeks or something like that. Yeah, so I will wait to dry that and then see what next Wikimania is coming to bring to us. Thank you.
Such a nice way to end the session. I love that. I was actually going to ask you if that was something they did also in Armenia, but that's amazing. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining the first ever Wiki Banquet for Wikimania 2022. Looking forward to enjoying a lot of amazing meals with you next year in Singapore together in person. So looking forward to that. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. And remember to post your pictures. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye from Uganda.
Bye.
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 Kwaheri.
Hi, everyone. Salam, greetings, a warm welcome to you wherever you are. Good morning from Toronto. My name is Mehdad, and it's my pleasure to be here with all of you today to celebrate awesome Wikimedians from around the world. I see many of you watching on YouTube and on Feedloop, and for whoever is watching later, big welcome to you, and thank you so much for being here. Hi, everyone. Salam, greetings. You know, Phoebe Ayres famously said, "It's not Wikimania if people aren't frantically looking for Jimmy." So I wonder where he is today, because he's not here. Jimmy, wherever you are, we're ready. Okay, wait, I have an email from Jimmy, guys. Let's see. This is awkward. This is the first time I'm emailing you this year. Okay, that's not the right one. Ooh, I have another email. Maybe he's here. Wait, it's Andreas Kobe looking for the Wikimedia Accounting Convention. Okay, not him either. Jimmy.
Hello.
Hey, Jimmy. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? It's I had the right link finally.
I'm glad. I'm so happy we're here once again. We're starting to reconnect with each other, including, if you didn't catch today's announcement, next year's Wikimania in Singapore. Today is the final day of Wikimania, and we're all so happy to be here. Jimmy, I think we've learned a lot as a movement during the pandemic. How do you feel about reconnecting once again in person, including some upcoming events like Wiki Arabia, the CEE meeting in Daba, French and German Wiki conventions, and more?
Oh, well, I mean, it's really exciting. I'm very excited for us to get back to meeting in person. I mean, you know, what's interesting about Wikipedia and Wikimedians and how we work is we work from home. We do all the key heavy lifting just typically as a hobby, sitting, working on our own computers. But these meetings, the live meetings, have such an incredible role to play in the serendipity of sharing ideas, in making friends in a different kind of way. Obviously, you can make friends online, but it's really wonderful to sit together in person and share a meal and so forth. And obviously, it helps in many ways to reduce conflict, because it's quite easy online to sort of have a conflict with a person who, if you met them in person, you would both realize, oh, actually, you know, it was the online thing that was making us have a conflict. So I think it's really important, really exciting, really fun. And actually, Singapore, when I first you know, heard that, I thought, oh gosh, you know, it's so hot. It's going to be so hot in Singapore. I actually checked. Today, it's actually hotter here in London than it is in Singapore. So who knows what the weather's going to hold in the future.
Absolutely, and I can't wait for the ESCAP community to host the Wikimedia movement. Jimmy,
Definitely.
COVID was a big topic last year, a major topic that impacted the world. Of course, it also impacted our movement. How do you think we have, now that it's almost feeling like we're coming out of the pandemic, how do you feel like our movement has really stood its ground?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really heartwarming. It's really an incredible thing to see. You know, I meet a lot of people, and one of the things that people they sort of realized it, and it was like for the first time they realized that they believed something, which is that Wikipedia would be a good place to go for information about COVID. You know, there was all this misinformation, disinformation online. I mean, I personally sort of sort of almost yelled citation needed at some people in a school WhatsApp group, and people on the WhatsApp group were talking about using onions, boiling onions in your kitchen to cure COVID. And I said, this is ridiculous. Please go read the Wikipedia entry. I hadn't even looked at the Wikipedia entry, but I knew it would not say that. And a lot of people really came to understand through this that, oh, actually, Wikipedia is the place that you can go, and you can generally trust it, and it's quite good. And there's really good people behind it who are trying to make things right. And so a lot of people then asked me, what did you have to do different? How did you deal with this differently? And I said, you know what, actually, it's what we've always done. It's you know, principles of verifiability, you know, all of the processes and the community discussions and the chewing on things and reliable sources and so forth. we've always been doing this. And so when we face a new challenge, obviously our existing principles are the right principles to start with.
Absolutely. And through countless crises that really showed us how resilient they are. Another major topic this year was and still is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which really impacted so many community members and fellow humans in Ukraine. We had great coverage from Ukraine over Wikimania and some wonderful sessions. 6 months later, it's unfortunately still raging on. It has also had a negative impact on individuals and groups in the movement, and also in Russia and Belarus and in diaspora. It has also spread misinformation about Wikimedia and other trustworthy sources of information, and even threatened access to free knowledge. How do you think our movement has faced such crises and challenges in the past, 22 years?
Well, it's interesting because I do feel that the current times are in some ways worse than we have faced in the past around these kinds of issues. It's been really rare throughout the years for Wikimedians to be arrested for the crime of being a Wikimedian. I mean, it's just kind of unheard of and new ground. And it really disturbs me greatly. I remember many years ago, I was once given an award, and sort of the text of the award said I was a hero. And I in my acceptance speech, I said, look, I'm not a hero. I'm just a guy who types on his computer a lot. But every Wikipedian, every Wikimedian who's working in a conflict zone or in any place where speaking simple encyclopedic truth can lead to arrest or prison time, those people are the heroes. And that's really something I think everyone in the movement can feel, particularly those of us who are fortunate enough to live in a place where this isn't a concern, and we are able to just research and write, and nobody's going to bother us for doing it, and so forth. So, through the years, I think one of the ways the movement has dealt with this is actually by staying principled, staying true to the truth, which means that governments around the world know that you can't just sort of order Wikipedia to be edited to suit what you want and have that magically happen. And I think that actually reduces the amount of attempts to improperly and use pressure to change Wikipedia. But these are serious times, and I think the people who are out there doing everything they can to keep Wikipedia high quality and neutral in conflict zones, it's just incredible to me. Really, really incredible people.
Truly, and our movement is made up of a lot of incredible people. Thank you, Jimmy. We're really blessed to have such awesome community members and volunteers really from all walks of life contributing to the projects. Speaking of amazing Wikimedians, I feel like it was just last year when we were hosting these events again. Shall we take a quick look?
Yeah.
Amazing. So last year, Jimmy, for the first time, we expanded the award to have multiple categories. What were some of your favorites?
Oh, well, I mean, having multiple categories was probably long overdue, because as soon as we did it, it clicked in my mind. It just made a lot of sense because, we have so many different types of contributors who are doing different things that are all key to the movement. So tech contributor, media contributor, and so forth. And I just think those categories are, it's something that we might not have been able to recognize those people if we only had one award per year, but they're really important.
Absolutely. And, last year's awards saw winners from profiles and regions of the world we had never had before. The top winner was an emergency room doctor that has also contributed a great deal of information to Arabic Wikipedia and elsewhere, including COVID-19 coverage. We also had Dr. Netta Hussein. Jimmy, I'm convinced Netta and Allah have more than 24 hours in their days.
Yeah, it's interesting how, when we've got these traditional principles and everything is clicking along and everything is, sort of and then a crisis happens, something like COVID happens, and then people really rise to the challenge. They somehow manage to have careers and still make thoughtful contributions and thousands of edits. It's really it's amazing to me. I don't know how people can edit so much. I'm a very slow editor myself.
It's truly incredible. And last year we also had 3 winners from South Asia, a first for the awards. We got to celebrate tech, we got to celebrate photography in distinct categories of their own. Jimmy, have you been photographing butterflies since Anania's win last year?
No, I haven't. But you know what? I told the story about photographing butterflies and giving an award last year to my younger children, and they were very, very interested. So they're not really old enough yet to contribute text and edit Wikipedia, but they loved the idea of contributing photos. So we started a project at home to use an app to identify and photograph all the plants in our garden. We haven't uploaded anything yet, but we will. But I think for me, that's one of the great things about recognizing different categories is certain people may say, oh, I'm not the right person. Like, I don't know how to really, I don't feel confident in my writing skills. I'm not that interested in looking up sources and so forth. But I actually am a good photographer, and that's a way I can contribute. And that could be maybe younger people, or it could be just people who have photography as a hobby. So I think identifying all these different types of people is really wonderful.
Truly, I couldn't agree more. And we also got to celebrate Carmen Alcazar last year, a true legend in the movement. Jimmy, I know you love small projects. Last year, we had our first winner from Southeast Asia, Karma Chitrawati. This was also the first time we celebrated a newcomer. What is the importance of celebrating newcomers to you?
Well, actually, what I would like to talk about now is small projects. What I love about small projects is that, the original vision for Wikipedia is a free encyclopedia for every single person on the planet. And that means that the smaller project, the smaller language projects, are of utmost importance. And they're really hard. They're hard to find people to build them. And those communities face huge obstacles. In many cases, there aren't that many sources in their own language, so they have to deal with that and so on and so forth. There's so much to be done there, and it's really crucial for that original vision of every single person on the planet having free access to the sum of all human knowledge. So that's really great. I can talk more about newcomers, but let's get to that a little bit later.
Yes, absolutely. And actually, in honor of last year's Newcomer of the Year from a small project for Balinese Wikipedia, we have an awesome performance for all of you from Indonesia to kickstart the Wikimedian of the Year 2022 awards. Enjoy.
Piye kabare?
Kumaha, Damang?
Apa kareba? Horas! Gimana kabar, Jo? Ken kabare? We are so happy to be here today and to share some of our cultural knowledge with you. We are performing an art show which will describe the wonderful Indonesia. Wikimedians, Janji by Yuyun Arfah.
The audio is in the other feed already.
Sekarang janji, besok lupa tepati. Berucap janji bosan basa-basi. Nyalakan nyali nurani, buktikan janji-janji yang pasti, buktikan dengan aksi. Sekarang kami mau bukti, bukan cuma janji. Oh yeah, janji yang tak pasti. Sekarang kami mau bukti, bukan cuma janji. Oh yeah, janji yang tak pasti. Oh, Shamani uwiawala, Chubada iyo iyo iyo, Minuri dudurido, Binida babia babia na na na. Shamani uwiawala, Chubira iyo iyo iyo, Minuri dudurido, Minado. Janji yang tak pasti.
That was amazing. That was a gift from Wikimedia Indonesia in celebration of last year's first awardee from Southeast Asia. The group is called Yuyun Arfa, and there's another performance by them at the very end of the show. Jimmy, did you enjoy that?
Oh yeah, it was fantastic. I'm definitely going to have to watch it again, because for us, the people watching probably don't realize we can't actually hear the audio on its own. So I was watching it; it's fascinating. So now I'm eager to go and watch the full performance.
I've watched it so many times, and every time I'm still impressed. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. Kicking off the 2022 Wikimedian of the Year Awards. Jimmy, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Do you agree?
Yeah, I definitely do agree. And, you know, I've talked a fair amount today about photography and how it can inspire different people to join the movement. But there's also about media contributions as outreach and how that can enrich the movement. So not things being put into Wikipedia, but things about Wikipedia and about our movement. And that's particularly true because, you know, in the past, the main way that people accessed the internet generally was go to a search engine, Google typically, type in whatever you're thinking about, and then you get pages back. And obviously Wikipedia gets huge traffic that way. But lots of people are living different ways, and they're coming to the internet in different ways and interacting in different ways. And so that sort of information seeking and engagement is changing. And I think that's really important. And I think as a movement, we should think about that. I don't think we should turn Wikipedia into TikTok, but I think we should think about how do we reach people where they live, so to speak.
absolutely. And there's no doubt that our projects are vast. You know, Jimmy, I've always been curious how deep Wikipedia does go. Do you know?
I don't know, but let's find out.
So I made it during COVID quarantine, early on, maybe early April 2020. And no, I wouldn't have ever called myself a Wikipedian then. I had done a few one-off edits. If I saw something that was wrong and bothered me, I had changed things. And I remember I added to lists sometimes, just small edits here and there. I didn't have an account. I just was aware of Wikipedia, and I would definitely call myself at the time a Wikipedia enthusiast. But then, yeah, I started the account. It's similar to Cool Freaks Wikipedia Club on Facebook. So I'm definitely not the sole pioneer of collecting fun Wikipedia articles in any way. And I still feel every day I learn something new about the Wikimedia global movement or history or just something, and I'm flabbergasted by how much I don't know, because there's so many little corners of the project that I have never encountered. I'm trying to think. There's a way to make knowledge graphs on Wikidata. I had never seen it before. It's so fun. I was on a call with somebody, and he was showing me the visualization of the Kardashian family tree, which is so silly. But I was like, "Are you kidding me? This is a Wikimedia thing?" I'm just always learning things. So this is a very roundabout answer. I'm sorry. If you're doing word for word quotes, I'm gonna sound like I'm making no sense. Hello.
Hello.
Someone has
How are
joined.
you?
Surprise. I think part of the future of the movement is outreach to young people. So obviously Instagram, TikTok, that sort of thing. But also getting out. For me, one of the important things about Wikipedia is, yes, of course, it's all very serious business, but it should be fun as well. And sort of that lighthearted, very, very dry Wikipedia humor, when people allow it, is fantastic. And you're highlighting that. And I think it might actually get people to come and think about contributing who might otherwise just think, oh, that's a really dry, geeky activity, to go oh, actually, it can be kind of quirky and interesting. From the short list, I have selected you as Media Contributor of the Year. For your, obviously, the very active Depths of Wikipedia channel, using TikTok, Instagram to get out the word about Wikipedia. It actually says here in the written thing, I wouldn't have written it this way, but kind of like it, to preach the gospel of Wikipedia, which I think is rather amusing. Hallelujah.
Did you think in 2 years you would end up here on a surprise call with Jimmy Wales?
No, not at all. Not at all. I was in my bedroom, in college, in my college bedroom, just haha, this is funny, post. So, wow. I think when I started it, I did not expect very much at all. I thought maybe it would be a little bit funny. Maybe it would keep me and my friends entertained. And I thought maybe in some crazy world, it would become a popular meme page. And to me, popular, my standards were oh, it would be crazy if I got 5,000 followers, which is a lot, but now it's at,
Hi, my name is Annie Rowerda. I run the Depths of Wikipedia account on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, and I'm so honored to be at Wikimania this year. Wikipedia on English alone has 6.6 million articles, so of course some of them are absolutely hilarious. When I was quarantined in 2020, I started reading Wikipedia more, I started editing more, and then I started collecting my favorite weird articles that I stumbled upon. List of classical music concerts with an unruly audience response, or list of sexually active popes, or list of people who have lived in airports. I started the Depths of Wikipedia Instagram account in 2020, and since then it's grown to 1 million followers. I started a TikTok, which has 600,000 followers, or nope, I'm getting them mixed up. TikTok has 110,000, Twitter has 600,000. Needless to say, it's kind of a lot, and I've gotten some media coverage as well. I am so excited to have this massive platform, and I have used it to recruit more editors to the site, hopefully in sustainable, good ways. I've hosted editathons with Wikimedia New York City. I have one coming up at the Smithsonian in October. You should come. I generally just try to talk about editing, and remind people that this massive free-floating body of knowledge was written by people just like them. I've also written about Wikipedia beyond the "this thing is weird" genre. This encyclopedia can make you laugh, it can make you cry, it can make you wonder, it can make you smile. It's got everything you could ever want to know. Non-traditional bagpipe usage, fictional worms, islands and lakes, islands in lakes on islands, islands in lakes on islands in lakes on islands in lakes. I know, of course, that Wikipedia is not here for humor, but I do think that those little moments of eccentricity show readers that this site was written by people like them. I like this quote from an article about the history of encyclopedias that ran in The Atlantic, and it was also featured in the Signpost last year. Accuracy, of course, can better be won by a committee armed with computers than by a single intelligence. But while accuracy binds the trust between the reader and contributor, eccentricity and elegance and surprise are the singular qualities that make learning an inviting transaction. And they're not qualities we associate with committees. So thank you for the award. I am so honored. It's been great to meet so many of you at various conventions over the past few years, and at the Wiki Bar in Berlin, which, if you didn't know, is a public space for people to work on open source projects. I just went for the first time a little bit ago. So you have projects, I have a platform. Let's keep working together, and thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Annie. Congratulations. Jimmy, I think Annie has mastered the "this thing is weird" genre. I've never personally lived in an airport, but I do have a favorite island in a lake on an island in a lake, and that is Treasure Island in Manitoulin Island in Canada. Jimmy, do you have a favorite list of lists?
Well, it's funny because I recently, I don't know, a month or so ago, I met Annie. We had breakfast in London. She happened to be traveling through London, and we met up. And I told her I was going backcountry camping on Isle Royal, and then she started talking about this. And in fact, on Isle Royal, it's a fascinating story. This is my fourth trip. The previous three trips, I would talk about this to my children who I take. The Moose Boulder, which would have been the largest known island in a lake on an island in a lake on an island in a lake, because it's this Royal and Lake Superior. It's got lakes on an island. It turns out, and I found this from Wikipedia, that in 2020 it was reported to be a hoax. Someone actually went there to check, probably not a Wikipedian, but it had been reported in sources, and so Wikipedia used to say that it was, and so now it's turned out to be a hoax. So that kind of stuff, like it's so cool, because just think about how obscure is that, and that someone in 2020, when it was reported to be a fake, actually went into Wikipedia, found where it said that, and fixed that, even though it's this incredibly trivial little detail. It's amazing.
I love it. I'm always impressed by how meticulous our community members are. Once again, congratulations, Annie. Thank you for sharing the magic of our projects with the world. Jimmy, the next category I'm also really excited about. First year premiered last year, and that's the Tech Contributor of the Year. Why do you think it's important to bring attention to the tech community?
Well, I think this is just incredibly important, and it's sort of obvious why it's important, just because, Wikipedia is a website, and therefore there's technology, and it needs to be fast, it needs to be efficient, it needs to be up to date, the user interface needs to be great. All of those things are incredibly important. Everybody knows that. But also, a lot of it is kind of it's behind the scenes for most people, right? We don't necessarily see it. We don't necessarily understand what's going on. It's just some sort of magic behind the scenes. And if we can bring attention to these people, that's incredibly powerful. In fact, I don't even know if you know this, Murda, but long before Wikimania, before we started doing Wikimedian of the Year awards, I actually I made a day, Magnus Manska Day, for Magnus, who had completely sort of rewritten, actually using a database, and it was like a great miracle, and just did it because he thought it needed to be done, which is like why a lot of things happen in Wikipedia. So I think we should highlight and celebrate the volunteers who get involved in the technical matters. It's really incredible.
Absolutely, and getting it done, I think, is a big motto for the tech community. Let's see this year's winner.
I'd actually been running a private media wiki instance for multiple years, like before actually starting to contribute, but I got involved in contributing on like Google's Code-in event, which was like Google's event to introduce teenagers to open source, and I got involved that way and been here for a couple of years after that. I think everyone really nice, so if you made mistakes, doesn't matter, people will help you, but again, hard to get people to review and judge because there's so much to do and so little people. I think the work that the growth team is doing on making it easier, the structured link tools and everything like that can make doing the first contributions easy, and I think people will get more involved after that when they see how easy it is.
Hello.
We have a guest. Hi there.
Hi, Tavi. I don't know if we've met before.
I don't think we have. Hi.
On Wikipedia. Great to meet you.
Same.
Are you in Finland?
Yes.
Great. Fantastic. There are loads of people who do great work, contributing to MediaWiki, running bots and tools and things, but actually toiling away on infrastructure that most people don't even see or know about, but which is obviously, in a way, the most important thing, is incredibly valuable and incredibly appreciated. This year, I have chosen you as Tech Contributor of the Year. So congratulations. When I saw you, I thought you looked pretty young, but reading all this stuff, I thought, oh, he's probably going to be sort of late 20s out working at a big tech job or something like that. I'm sure you will be at some point. So if you ever need a recommendation or something to put on a resume, this will probably help.
Thanks.
Well, there you have it, Tavi. You can have me as a reference on your resume. Congratulations. How do you feel?
At all. Very happy.
Amazing. Tavi, you said so much to do, so little people. I'm sure the tech community and staff can relate to that.
Yeah.
Jimmy, how do you feel?
Yeah, it's as I said, it's a great thing, and it's often unsung. I mean, the editing community admires and honors editors. The tech community admires and honors tech contributors, but we don't always cross the lines all that much. And sort of making sure that the tech volunteers are recognized as great heroes by the wider editing community seems really important to me. So that's great.
Congratulations, Tavi. What will you say to your classmates when you go back to your last year of high school this week?
Not sure yet.
Well, big congratulations to you, and
Thank you
so much. Jimmy, last year folks asked us if we could celebrate affiliates as well as individuals. Well, this year we have a new initiative from the Wikimedia Affiliations Committee, AFCOM, to set a future precedent for inter-affiliate exchange and capacity development. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the impact of the affiliates the movement is enormous, and the idea really is so in line with the general idea of Wiki, of decentralization and so forth. We all know very well that the Wikipedia content and all of the Wikimedia content is written in a very distributed manner by people all around the world, and yet not everything can be done in a pure Wiki way. You need to have an existing organization and some staff are getting certain things done and so forth. The idea of top-down managing all of that out of California doesn't really make sense. What does make sense is all these affiliates. And now we have different types of affiliates, including traditional chapters and then more thematic organizations and so forth. And that's incredibly powerful. And so spotlighting great affiliates makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Tavi, I don't know if you can see the chat, but you're getting a lot of love and people are so impressed by how young you are. Okay, for this next category, the affiliate spotlight. Thank you, Jimmy. I fully agree. And actually, Camelia and Jeffrey will tell us a little bit about this new edition. There are 2 categories this year that they are piloting. If you were wondering what happens when you randomly join an affiliates team meeting, this is it.
Hi, I'm Camelia.
And I'm Jeffrey. And we're from
AFCOM. Welcome to Wikimania 2022 Awards Ceremony. In 2022, AFCOM started a new initiative about affiliate spotlight.
And this new award has 2 categories, partnerships and governance. The vision behind this is to initiate affiliate mentorship by providing capacity development support to affiliates across the movement.
So yeah, so we're not quite sure what to expect.
I think, yeah, let's
Wikimania related.
Yeah, because there's supposed to be that's supposed to be here. So I mean, I'm happy to talk more about the weather.
I have to firstly apologise. There's a lot of noises off today because I've got 2 brand new kittens. I'm trapped in my son's bedroom with them, and because they needed some attention. They are like the cutest wee things. I don't know if you can see them, but yeah. So I shall try and keep myself muted quite a lot of the time. But hi, I don't know all of the guests, I don't think. I'm Lucy, I'm Executive Director of Wikimedia UK, and this is our usual fortnightly staff meeting, but with some extra special guests.
Hello.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hello. Surprise.
Hi.
I'm sure you're all boiling because I am.
Jimmy, it's like 17 degrees in Scotland, so no. But
oh dear. Well, it's boiling down south, I can tell you. Very
you
hot.
Look quite red.
Yeah, it's weird. It's because of my window. It's being weird.
I think it's a really important milestone for the movement to actually recognize governance work. We've been talking about improving our governance all across and have been taking some steps, but I think this is going to be a memorable milestone that is going to encourage the type of change that we want to see. You know, I'm a big fan of your chapter, have been for years now, and I can't think of a better chapter to kind of start us off with this work. So congratulations, well done all, and looking forward to continuing following the amazing work that you're all doing in the UK.
To Wikimedia UK for the outstanding work that they've done to diversify their board of directors and take seriously the question of knowledge equity, not just in programming, but in examining how representative their own leadership is. This piece on diversifying leadership is something I've heard talked about as important for years in many spaces, but in the little sliver of the Wikimedia movement that my personal exposure has brought me in contact with, I haven't seen any other group that takes this so seriously in-house. It would be great to recognize them for this and encourage others to follow suit.
Anything I say is on behalf of the whole team and, of course, the board. But I'm particularly proud of this because we have been really wanting to foreground diversity and to look at what that means for ourselves as an organisation, as a staff team, as a leadership, as a board, and not just in terms of our programme delivery and our partnership work. And that's been something we've really focused on over the last couple of years. And I am really proud of the fact that we do have a really diverse group of trustees who are bringing their different backgrounds and knowledge and perspectives to bear on, you know, how do we get the sum of all knowledge to everybody in the world. So I'm really, really proud. Thank you very much indeed. I'm totally blown away and surprised. I'm totally distracted by the 2 kittens tearing apart my son's room. But this is really, really lovely. So thank you very much indeed. I don't know if anyone else from the team wants to add something here.
I think there's a kind of lot of sort of gratitude or congratulations needed for people who aren't necessarily here to kind of get us to this point. And that's really what I want to say.
Big congratulations to Wikimedia UK. Daria, have the kittens been managed?
It's a process, you know. You have to work on governance of kittens and organizations, and I swear our team meetings are normally much more organized and better governed. It's just we were ambushed by this award, and it turned a little more chaotic than normal. Yes.
Well, big congratulations to you from all of us.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say a few words, but please go first.
Oh, I was just going to say two things. One, this did turn out to be sort of a Wikimedia Cuteness Association event because of the kittens. But also, I just wanted to be clear that the quote, or what I was saying when I was sort of announcing the award, that was actually a quote from one of the people who nominated. I suspect, Mehrdad, there's going to be several of those. I was just concerned that someone thought I might have lifted their words and not given credit. I have no idea who wrote that. But what's I think important about it is those are the words not from me. They're from someone who really thought that Wikimedia UK should be recognized for this. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
So maybe like now that we were able to kind of marinate in this award and had a bit more time to reflect, I wanted to say a few words on accepting this award on behalf of Wikimedia UK. So just to say, I'm Darian, Director of Programs at Wikimedia UK, and we are a sizable affiliate and a UK charity with long movement history. And that bigger affiliate size means that we have capacity to work on governance, but it also means that being bigger means that those systems are really important because it's not just one person looking after everything. And for me, governance means a lot of big concepts like accountability, integrity, compliance, but essentially it's about making sure that the organization is run well and that whatever it does speaks to the overall purpose and the vision of the organization. And for Wikimedia UK, that's a more informed, democratic, and equitable society through open knowledge. The equity piece has been really important to us. We've worked on diverse content and underrepresented content in programs for many years, but recently have been focusing on bringing it into kind of across the organization and thinking how, as an organization, we can speak to the equity, diversity, and inclusion principles. So we have a framework and an action plan that we're working on. There's many actions that we need to be looking after and working on. Like one example would be that trustees and staff have objectives to model inclusivity, or that we monitor staff, trustee, and volunteer leader diversity and kind of map it across against the characteristics of the UK society to check whether we are representative of the people that we are here to serve. So maybe just one last point. I think governance is a process. It's a bit like maintaining a house. There's always something to do. So we're excited about this recognition, but it's just a note for us to keep on working on it and also learning from others. When we created our equity framework, we looked to organizations like Whose Knowledge, Art and Feminism, or AfroCrowd, who work on things like knowledge justice, and we got inspiration from that. So thank you to them as well. Happy to share with others about what we've learned so far, what we worked on. So please feel free to get in touch with somebody, anybody at Wikimedia UK, and we'll be happy to share what we've learned so far about working on governance.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daria. I know having worked with you in different forums, and a question you always ask is who is not sitting at the table, and I've always appreciated that. We also have a note of thank you from Lucy, the Executive Director of Wikimedia UK, who's on transit right now, and she's sharing her love. Thank you so much, Daria. And so, in case you were wondering, not just Zoom bombing one affiliates meeting was fun, we did it twice. Enjoy.
We are today doing an
Hello.
equity workshop.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, excuse me for butting in. This is Jimmy. Hello, everyone. Jimmy Wales, founder of Wikipedia. And I decided to just pop in to surprise you all and to say hello.
Hello, Art and Feminism. So into this initiative, we identified Art and Feminism as the winner of the category of ambassadorship and partnership. So we are so glad because we know how what working on gender issues means in our movement. So I'm sorry. I'm start crying for this because it's your work. It's really important. It's your commitment, and it's all you are doing for this movement. So I'm so glad to take this to give you this winner celebration, this recognition. So
Too often, the work of the organizer and trainer is not celebrated in the movement. I'm going to add my own words here. We do celebrate the editors. We celebrate different aspects of the movement, but we don't often enough celebrate the people who are organizing and bringing things to bear and so on and so forth. For me personally, I've been on a campaign for many years that Wikipedia is for everyone. And so when we realize that aspects of Wikipedia and the Wikimedia movement are not as diverse as they should be, we're missing pieces of knowledge. We need interesting, awesome, incredible people from different walks of life who come at things with a different mindset, different ideas. And that is exactly what you guys are doing. And I really appreciate it. And just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for all your incredible work.
My name is Kira Wisniewski. My pronouns are she and her, and I have the honor and privilege of being Executive Director of Art and Feminism. Art and Feminism builds a community of activists that is committed to closing information gaps related to gender, feminism, and the arts, beginning with Wikipedia. We're honored and excited to be recognized for this new award. We love collaborating with passionate information activists that share our vision and values. We'll be celebrating 10 years next year and invite you to join us in this important work. And with that, I want to pass the mic to some of the tremendous members of our community. Thank you again.
How better to say it than the very simple, sort of the original vision for Wikipedia, a free encyclopedia for every single person on the planet. And that means every single person. So it's for all of us, and we need everybody to help us. So I really, really appreciate and love aspects of the movement that are really thinking about that everybody piece.
大家好，我是 Jessie， 是目前 HIF 的东亚区区域大使。那东亚区域参与这样子艺术与女性主义活动的单位其实非常的丰富，那包含有维基的在地媒体社群，那还有 GLAM 的关联计划的单位，那也还有这样子在学校的相关的组织，所以 HIF 组织给予我们很多的自由跟协助，让我们可以有一个很好的平台可以去做学习跟交流。那我们希望真的透过更多的推广跟倡议呢，可以让这样子维基百科上面的性别落差问题能够更多的减少。
Hi, welcome in Dagwana Aussie, Amaraba. My name is Sadek Shahabi from Tamale, Ghana. I am the West African Language Coordinator at Art and Feminism, and I work to support West Africa indigenous language communities.
Hello, Wiki Woman!
We can it!
恭喜恭喜恭喜！
恭喜恭喜！
恭喜恭喜！
Hi, Kira.
Hi.
Surprise.
Thank you. So excited to be here, to be celebrating the work of art and feminism, and really the community of information activists from around the world. We're so honored to be receiving this recognition.
It's well deserved. It's well deserved.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
much. It's well deserved,
Thank you.
and thank you for the lovely messages from your global ambassadors. It really it
Yeah.
takes a village. It takes a global community to do this work, and we're really we're honored to have you contribute to our projects. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just say a little bit more, again, like kind of like Daria, just having the opportunity to reflect after a little bit of a surprise drop-in meeting on an equity workshop we had. I can just want to say a little bit more, if that's okay with y'all. Okay,
Please, we
great.
love it.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm so grateful to be accepting this award on behalf of art and feminism community. It's an honor to be part of the class of 2022 honorees. I'm particularly excited about the DEI work of Wikimedia UK, so shout out to y'all. I really think that they're exemplifying that this work isn't just at the margins and really requires us all to be intentional about equity. And what I think this award means for art and feminism, and I'm so grateful for it, is much like what Jimmy said, is that it's recognizing how important the role of community organizing is within our movement. It was earlier this year that Board of Trustee member Victoria Doronina said that the edit count is really a blunt tool of measuring contributions in the movement. And just really excited that the work of art and feminism is intentional about community building and organizing, and that we're able to celebrate this with you. In a nutshell, if you're not super familiar, we strongly believe that people in their communities know their communities best. So myself, based in Baltimore, Maryland, in the US, I have no real business telling an organizer in Uruguay how to organize their event. But we do have a Latin America regional ambassador, Paula Dominguez Font, who has that expertise and knowledge for that community. And this award really belongs to those ambassadors and network organizers of art and feminism. And I want to just take a moment to name them specifically. So Allison Bates, Anthony B. Diaz, Paula Dominguez Font, Badavi Gandhi, Richard Nipel, Amanda Meeks, Jesse Nee, Jason Oliver, Athena Petsu, Sophie Reverdy, Sadiq Shahabadu, Sophia Stankoff, Dominique Elaine Yao, Zita Ursula Zage. I also want to recognize the Art and Feminism Leadership Team, Nina Yaboya, Melissa Tamani, Amber Beerson, and Mohammed Sadat Abdullah. And then lastly, our board, Sarah Gonzalez, Nana Osei Kofi, and Carrie Cotton Williams. Additionally, shout out to the hundreds of organizers and attendees around the globe that are part of the art and feminism community. This award celebrates you. It's through their collective effort that so far in 2022, we've had art and feminism events in over 27 languages around the globe. And through the power of Wikidata and the leadership of Mohammed Sadat Abdullah, we have this really cool map that I'm going to put, I don't know, can I do a screen share with that? I don't know if I can do that.
I have no idea.
Oh, I think you froze. Kira, I think chat might be easier. Oh, there we go. Brilliant.
Great. I feel we've got her map but lost her, and I think she was better than the map.
Oop, I'm back. Sorry. But again, I just want to say thank you. Art and Feminism is actually celebrating 10 years next year. So if our work and values resonate with you, please consider this an invitation to join us. And thank you again.
Thank you so much, Kira. And from all the love I'm seeing in the chat, I think this is really a global moment.
I also, just as a small little side note, I love the use of y'all. So I grew up in Alabama, and y'all, we said y'all all the time. And then when I left the South, it was kind of considered low and Southern, and I didn't want to sound that way. So I started saying you guys. And in the context of the Art and Feminism Award, saying you guys, which I heard myself do, is not nearly as good as y'all. I think we should bring back y'all as a gender-neutral, plural of you. So I like that.
Agreed. you all folks, all great options.
Great.
Thank you, Jimmy. Congratulations, Daria and Kira, Art and Feminism, Wikimedia UK, but also before that, Annie Rawerda, Media Contributor of the Year, and Tavi for Tech Contributor of the Year. Big congratulations to you all. We are at the midway mark of the awards, at least this year's award ceremony. Don't worry, we won't go over time. But we have a wonderful performance for you. Please enjoy. Al-Fanoon Dance Troupe.
Hi everyone and greetings from Palestine. مرحبا جميعا وسلامات من فلسطين. We hope you are enjoying Wikimania. We are excited to be here with you celebrating Wikimedians of the Year.
Al-Fanoon Palestinian Dance Troupe, and we're happy to have you here with us today and to share some of our cultural knowledge with you.
Ashira is a multimedia production that presents a contemporary visual story employing sound, body, images, and it takes the audience on a journey, and it's an emotional journey of love, defiance, resistance, and hope.
بشع وبلوح بيفرد وجه زعلان يا درعك العالي يا حسنك الميال يا حبك الغالي حبك عصر رمان يا شجرة الرمان غصنك رطب ريان 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 يروي صمت عريان نورك بفك لسان عدل بالصوت صوت الظلم بيموت يفتح عدل بالصوت صوت الظلم بيموت رحلة ألم بتفوت مجدولة بالنسيان يا درعك العالي يا حسنك الميال يا حبك الغالي حبك عصر رمان يا درعك العالي يا حسنك الميال يا حبك الغالي حبك عصر رمان يفلق قالب صوان يملى الحجر تباري يا شجرة الرمان يا شجرة الرمان قوي حجر في الروح دفي وجع عريان لفي نغم مجروح الغزال طيبي رد الغزال جريد عين الغزال لمحي يا بنية يا بنية طرد العيش ليا يا بنية يا بنية طرد العيش ليا طلوا ما طلولي عربة شعل ليا طلوا ما طلولي عربة شعل ليا خايف أنا مني حبي يفلت عني خايف أنا مني حبي يفلت عني شوقه بيجرحني بيغلي الخوا بيا شوقه بيجرحني بيغلي الخوا بيا
Did you enjoy that, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's great. They've got the sound working for us now, so that
Yeah.
was really that's really fantastic. Yeah.
That was amazing. Congratulations, Al Fanoon, and thank you for sharing your magic with us. I can't even imagine how many hours of rehearsal you had to do. You know, movement, dance, music can transcend artificial geopolitical boundaries, kind of like knowledge. Jimmy, we started this category last year, and it's been so well received. Why do you think it's important to recognize newcomers?
Yeah. So this is why I delayed. I didn't want to talk about newcomer earlier because I knew we'd be talking about it here, and it's so important. So if we just think about the day-to-day work in the Wikipedia world, and you think about trying to come into that work, so we have a lot of jargon. There's a lot of things to learn, a lot of the right way of doing things, the wrong way of doing things, how to challenge things if you think they're wrong, and how to successfully make change and so forth. And we also have within the movement a lot of old friendships, a lot of people who've been working together for years and years and years. And it's actually quite easy to forget about newcomers and how important newcomers can be, and to really welcome them and greet them and help them along. And so I think it's important to recognize some of the great newcomers, people who've come to the movement, done incredible work over a relatively short period of time, to remind ourselves that that potential is out there in so many people. And so that person who comes and makes one interesting edit to a page, if you go and you thank them, they may blossom. They may say, oh, wow, this is great. These are nice people. I want to do more of this. And they could become as great as the newcomers who we recognize.
Absolutely. And it goes a long way to show how the community behind the scenes is so important in building the projects. And so, without further ado, this year's Newcomer of the Year.
So,
Hey, who's that?
Can you hear me?
Hello.
let's do.
Hi there. It's Jimmy Wales. Very
Who's
good.
That's Jimmy Wills.
As you may know, one of the great joys of what I get to do is hand out awards every year. It's a great honor to meet some of the really fantastic and amazing volunteers we have throughout the movement. And one of the awards is the Newcomer of the Year Award, which I am awarding to you, Dr. Os Adam. Newcomer of the Year. One of the great, I would say, values in our movement is honesty with each other, except when it comes to tricking people into coming to get an award.
That you knew about it, and we were writing, and you didn't say anything.
Congratulations.
Thank you for all your incredible work and your leadership, which inspires other people to do incredible work. So it's just incredibly meaningful. It's always been, for me, it's really so, the original vision of Wikipedia is a free encyclopedia for every single person on the planet. And getting more contributions and more contributors from the African continent is just incredibly important. Like, it's just like, that is the future. That is what the dream is all about. And you're a leader in that. So thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Kayode Yusuf from the Wikimedia Group Nigeria, and we've got a surprise set up for both you and someone arriving at the airport today. Come along, let's go.
It's a great honor to meet some of the really fantastic and amazing volunteers we have throughout the movement. And one of the awards is the Newcomer of the Year Award, which I am awarding to you, Dr. Austin.
Wait. You see, these people, they get that. It's not right. It's not right.
But again, thank you for all your incredible work and your leadership, which inspires other people to do incredible work. So it's just incredibly meaningful. It's always been, for me, it's really so, the original vision of Wikipedia is a free encyclopedia for every single person on the planet. And getting more contributions and more contributors from the African continent is just incredibly important. Like, it's just that is the future. That is what the dream is all about, and you're a leader in that. So thank you.
Now we can upload. Now we can upload.
Sincerely, it never came to me as a surprise. Knowing fully well what she's been doing within the Nigerian community and also in the library world across the globe. She's a superwoman.
I'm very happy that Dr. Nkem got this award of the Newcomer of the Year, the Wikimedia Newcomer of the Year award. And that's because I think that she has done a whole lot, for the community. I just learned today that she joined the community in 2020. In my mind, I thought that she actually joined a whole lot longer, and that shows the extent of the work that she has done.
It's so exciting, like very, very, very exciting to see Dr. Nkem winning the Newcomer Wikimedia of the Year 2022 award.
I could see her as the stabilizing point within the movement.
Dr. Nkem is such a bridge builder. She's someone that has been able to, over the last short few years, been able to do a whole lot that you would think she has been in the movement for the last 10 years.
Having her come on board brings it closer to home. So now Nigerians can actually aim and hope to win this award.
You see her tweeting with vibe and to put the icing on the cake. And I was told, when I was discussing that, she said, well, I'm a grandma. And I said,
She has been able to create a bridge between librarians in Africa and the Wikimedia project. And this is something amazing that we've been trying to unlock for a while in the Wikimedia User Group Nigeria. And she has been able to, be that bridge. And so for me, I'm super excited.
So I think that it's very good for her, not just for her, but also for the Nigerian community and the African community at large.
I really want to thank the Wikimedia movement for giving her this award.
I still lack words to express how I really feel, because it is that awesome thing that, hey, all of these people that started this new thing along with you, you know, the ones you know and the ones you don't know, that they are saying that you stand out. I want to say thank you to Jimmy and the people that are behind this. You know, I want to express my appreciation. You know, I don't know the criteria that were used, but I'm grateful.
Dr. Nkem, congratulations. I think you're celebrating with people. Who's there behind you?
That's the Nigerian community. Yeah. So
Well,
again, thank you for everything. Thank you. You know, like they said in Nigeria, it takes a community to bring up a child. So it takes all of these people, the people that brought me to the door, Laurie, Felix, my team at Afia, all of them. This award is for all of them. So thank you very much. Thank you.
thank you so much. Congratulations. Dr. Nkem, what will you tell your grandkids? How will you inspire them to contribute? Ooh. I think the feed has frozen. Anyway, big congratulations to Dr. Nkem and everyone in Nigeria. You could feel the celebratory moment. How did you feel,
fantastic.
Jimmy?
I mean, I felt like I want to be in the room with them. I want to visit. So I'm glad the world is starting to open back up a little bit.
Well, Dr. Nkem's feed has frozen, but I think looking at the chat, she's being celebrated from all over the world. Big congratulations. Thank you all. Jimmy, I really like the next category, honorable mention. It is usually reserved for people that may not qualify for the other awards since the beginning. And a few times, like last year, it has gone to exceptional community members who may already have a lot of public exposure. For example, Dr. Jess Wade, Carmen Alcazar, Dr. Neta Hussein. This year, the honorable mention is an affiliate lead and one of the most nominated people in our movement. And this award is not only for her amazing leadership, but actually for everything else that she does in between in her volunteer capacity and on her own time. Jimmy, why do you think it's important to have this category of honorable mention, and especially this year's winner?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the category has always been, I would say it's one of the, as far as I know, the earliest sort of not Wikipedian of the Year, Wikimedian of the Year category. And it was the beginnings of sort of recognizing that there are all kinds of people in the movement who can be honored for all kinds of things. And in particular, I mean, what's interesting as well is affiliate leads, you know, it wouldn't normally would not ordinarily get an award. We normally, it's all for volunteer work. But they're really important, and it's really an incredible thing. And so doing the honorable mention is the right answer. The truth is, when you're an affiliate lead, yes, you have your job, but the great affiliate leads typically are pouring in huge amounts of their personal time, volunteer hours, work on a variety of projects. It's a pretty demanding thing, and we want to honor that.
Absolutely, and let's see this year's winner.
Hola. Hello. No, es mi amigo.
Hello, it's me, Jimmy. Hi.
Are you sure you should be here?
Yeah, I think so. I'm here to surprise you, Ana Torres.
Me?
Yes, for your selection as honorable mention Wikimedian of the Year.
No.
And it's for really your work as executive director of, Wikimedia Argentina. That's great, but really it's also for how you go above and beyond to help others and ensure the entire region can thrive. I just wanted to read a couple of the nomination notes because I thought they were very, very sweet. She has even dedicated her personal and volunteer time way beyond her working hours to us, the LATAM community. And she's dedicated that same energy to other big movement processes and projects like the 2030 movement strategy process. She's been engaged on that on a personal level, just like any other Wikimedia volunteer. So I believe that Anna is an example of dedication and full engagement to her movement, and I would love to see that hard working being recognized. We thought, oh, you must be recognized and you must get a cake. I had nothing to do with the cake, of course, but I'm always happy to see cake.
Hey,
Great.
have a fantastic team. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm super surprised. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean,
well,
this
thank you.
movement, no, this movement means a wolf to me. I mean,
Ani, estoy feliz, estoy muy contenta con esta noticia. Llevo años pensando, ¿cómo es que Ana no es Wikimedista del año? De verdad que yo no encuentro a nadie en este movimiento que merezca este premio tanto como tú, que trabaje tanto como tú, que oriente, que ayude, que esté tras las personas, empujándolas siempre a cumplir sus objetivos, a cumplir sus sueños, viendo cómo sí se puede hacer. Yo estoy segura que a cualquier persona de la región iberoamericana que le pregunten por ti, va a decir lo mismo. Ana siempre está dispuesta, siempre tiene paciencia, siempre nos apoya desde el amor, desde el cariño, con mucha comprensión y siempre con risas. No sé, de verdad estoy feliz. Este es un reconocimiento a todo tu trabajo, es un reconocimiento, es una forma que tenemos desde el movimiento Wikimedia para decirte que te queremos mucho, que eres muy valiosa, que no te merecemos. Me hace mucha ilusión ver tu carita ahora que te entreguen el premio, que en videollamada, pero ya tendremos tiempo para celebrarlo. De verdad estoy muy contenta. Muchas gracias por todo tu esfuerzo. Muchas gracias por todo lo que trabajas, todo el tiempo, hasta en Navidad, por este movimiento. De verdad. Muchas felicidades.
Congratulations, Anna.
I'm already crying. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Jimmy, Anna was wondering, do you get that often? Are you sure you should be here in this meeting? Does that happen?
I think that was the first time, actually, although people's reaction is often sort of confusion as to, oh, that's the guy I saw on the banner, What's he doing here? Yeah.
Anna, you said the movement means the world to you, but looking at the chat and all the nominations, I think it's quite obvious that you mean the world to the movement. Congratulations. How do you feel today?
I'm still in shock. I mean, I've been in shock since since Jimmy appeared in the screen. I'm super honored, and yes, I don't know what to say. I have some few words to say in Spanish, but yes, I'm honored to be here, and yes, very, very happy.
Go ahead.
Okay. Bueno, buenas tardes, buenos días también a todos, todas y todes. En primer lugar, quiero dar las gracias. Para mí es un honor recibir esta mención y estoy muy emocionada solo con pensar que hay gente de este movimiento que ha considerado que era una buena idea darme un reconocimiento a mí. Llegué al movimiento hace 9 años. Lo recuerdo muy, muy bien porque era un otoño bastante frío en Buenos Aires en 2014 Y también recuerdo cómo me acogió la comunidad latinoamericana, siempre impulsándome a seguir hacia adelante, siempre me decían que todo iba a estar bien y repetían como un mantra esto de, Ana, el movimiento Wikimedia es justamente esto, ¿no? Trabajar juntos y caminar juntos y a la par. Así que hoy me gustaría que todas las personas que estamos acá recordemos el orgullo que significa también pertenecer al movimiento Wikimedia, donde la comunidad lo es todo y donde la comunidad es el motor del cambio. Voy a dar algunos ejemplos. Recuerdo cuando nos dijeron que que las mujeres no queríamos formar parte de Wikipedia, ¿no? Me acuerdo que nos dijeron las mujeres no quieren formar parte de Wikipedia y tampoco las personas LGBTIQ+ querían formar parte de Wikipedia, y nuestra reacción a eso fue unirnos en una red global de sororidad para gritar más que nunca, nunca más Wikipedia sin nosotras. O recuerdo cuando nos dijeron que hacer una estrategia del movimiento de manera colaborativa iba a ser algo súper complicado, y en cambio superamos barreras lingüísticas y zonas horarias y también días de familia y vacaciones, con el fin de garantizar que esta estrategia quedara a manos de la comunidad y que el futuro fuera definido por la comunidad. Y no me quiero olvidar de momentos tan claves como, por ejemplo, cuando sucedieron los estallidos sociales en Latinoamérica o cuando la pandemia llegó a nuestra región y nos convertimos más que nunca en una red de apoyo. Construimos nuevos espacios de conocimiento, de compartir recursos, y nunca nos faltó una palabra de aliento. Podría dar 1.000.000 de ejemplos más, pero al final todo se reduce a que, si bien todo esto parece muy simple, es muy extraordinario. Significa trabajar juntos, juntas, juntes, vernos como pares, definirnos como mejores socios para aportar, independientemente de donde estemos, al bien común. Nosotros, ustedes, yo misma también, a través de cientos de iniciativas, lo que hacemos es defender derechos humanos tan fundamentales como la educación, la cultura o el acceso a la información. Igualmente, y no quiero dejar de decir esto, todavía tenemos un montón de desafíos en el movimiento Wikimedia. A mí me gusta pensar el movimiento como un puzzle enorme donde cada comunidad es la pieza necesaria y fundamental, sin la cual no podemos trabajar, pero aún nos faltan muchas piezas y muchas voces. Tenemos que seguir trabajando con las comunidades del sur global para que se sientan representadas en nuestros proyectos, que los proyectos representen su historia, que representen sus saberes, que representen lo que ellas quieren representar en nuestros proyectos Wikimedia, y también todas aquellas voces históricamente acalladas, que los proyectos Wikimedia sean un lugar donde estar, donde pertenecer y donde participar. No quiero dejar pasar tampoco de dar las gracias, ¿no? Más allá de la comunidad. Este es un agradecimiento extensivo al equipo de Wikimedia Argentina, del que estoy muy orgullosa, y también de todos los directores y directoras que me han acompañado en este proceso. Espero que este reconocimiento también lo sientan como propio. Por mi parte, yo voy a intentar seguir poniendo un granito de arena para que el movimiento sea un movimiento más descentralizado, un movimiento más justo, más diverso, con comunidades fuertes y sostenibles del que nos podamos sentir muy orgullosos y orgullosas en el futuro. Espero y voy a poner todo de mi parte para estar a la altura, y les agradezco muchísimo este honor. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti. Thank you so much, Anna. Really, thank you for everything you do for your community, but also for the entire movement. Gracias.
Thank you.
So, the next category is also another new one. Jimmy, last year people loved it. It was called the 20th year honoree, but we couldn't keep counting numbers. So, Jimmy, tell us about the Wikimedia Laureate category and what you find exciting about it.
Well, so the Wikimedia Laureate category, as you say, it's an outgrowth of what we did last year, which was for at the time we were thinking a one-off sort of 20th anniversary special to recognize somebody who'd been around for a very long time. But then it was such a great concept because obviously recognizing someone who's done amazing work in the last year or two is great, but there are also people who have been, with the movement for many, 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 many years, over a decade, 2 decades in some cases. And so I just thought, yeah, this is actually a great award. And it, in a way, it allows me to go back and recognize people who probably should have been Wikipedian of the Year at some point in the past, but who, for whatever reason, didn't ever quite get there. And so I think it's a great one.
Amazing. Well, this year we're celebrating 2 Wikimedia laureates. They're both pillars of our movement, whether organizing Wikimanias through countless contributions and the many, many hats they wear in the movement. And actually, for the past 2 years, we've brought Wikimania online, and how perfect it is now to celebrate 2 who have had so much support for Wikimania. Jimmy, last year we celebrated Lodewijk in the first rendition of this award. He was famously sitting in front of a gas station photo, and you said Wiki loves gas stations. This year, though, Jimmy, am I sensing swans?
Swans, yes. I hear they flock together.
Yes, I think usually about once a month or so. Shall we see?
I think this is a great accomplishment that we've had, to have a specific internship just for Wikipedia and Wikimedia work. So the interns that we have are certainly familiar with Wikipedia. I'm sure they've used it in their studies throughout their lives. And to be a meaningful contributor to Wikipedia is pretty amazing to see.
Hey, Kelly. Hi, Rosie.
Wait, is Rosie going to join us for this, Kelly?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Rosie.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, Jimmy.
Bernard, I somehow had the wrong link, so I was waiting in a different room. It's all good. Andrew, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
As you know, having been to a Wikimania or 2, I would say, one of my favorite things is giving out the awards. And I've selected you this year for Wikimedia Laureate of the Year, which is like the Lifetime Achievement Award. And I've got some, so congratulations. This is my favorite one. Yes, Andrew Lee, Wikimedia Laureate. Andrew is a veteran Wikimedian. He's attended every Wikimania. He is the first person, citation needed, that's what I loved about this one, to teach Wikipedia at the university level. He wrote a book about Wikipedia. He's a Wikimedia exam strategist for multiple institutions involved with the juncture of Wikipedia, Wikidata, Wikimedia Commons. Andrew is this is a different one. I love this one too. Andrew is one of those people that somehow manages to help groups move from complaining to action, from talking to doing, which is absolutely huge. But congratulations.
Oh, thanks so much. I'm humbled, very humbled, and humbled to join the group that Rosie and Emily and everyone else is part of. More than happy to be part of that plan.
Yeah. I mean, you're a freaking legend, so it's long overdue, actually. This is really more like, okay, like who should have been awarded at some point in time, but who are just the absolute legends in the community for a very long time.
Welcome to the club. You rock. You all rock. Thank you.
I'm always appreciated. I can message Andrew at 4 a.m. and he'll somehow respond every time.
Great.
Andrew, congratulations. Kevin was talking about 4 a.m. and now again it's tomorrow your time. Thank you for being with us so late. Jimmy, how do you feel about this year's Wikimedia Laureate?
It's great. It's really fantastic. I mean, I think I always think of Andrew as a real fixture of Wikimania, not just because he's been so many times, because he's often sort of moderated panel sessions, and he learned very early on that if somebody wants to ask a question of the board, he would stay firmly in grip of the mic, that helped prevent people from just making a speech. And I think he's the one who first taught me that idea. But yeah, Andrew, you've been around forever, and thank you so much.
Oh, thanks so much, Jimmy. And, as a conference planner, it's driving me nuts that we're over time, so I'll keep it brief and short. It was was an honor. It's such a humbling honor. I was completely surprised when you jumped in our conference call that I was thinking that I was recording a message for our interns at the Smithsonian, but actually it was a ruse. But it's been such an honor to work with this community, and I think everyone understands that it's not just about individuals. It's about the community of folks that you work with, whether it's affiliates, institutions, single editors, groups of editors. It's amazing what this community has done, and I think that's what has attracted us all to this: the inclusion and the ability to help write, the world's best and the most amazing compilation of knowledge that we've ever seen. And just two things jump out at me. Is one, I started with Wikipedia as a course of study when I was a researcher, and it was based out here in Asia for the first 6 years of being Wikimedia, and I was based in Asia, and that was always been a passion of mine, is to bring more Asia contributions and Asian contributors into the fold, whether it's having Wikimania in 2007 in Taiwan, or having meetups out here, or training librarians in Kuala Lumpur, where I am right now. It's something I'm passionate about. And also in recent years, more about bringing more women's biographies into the Wikimedia movement. So, it's been such a great thing to work with folks like Rosie Stevenson Goodnight and Emily Temple Wood, who really just moved the needle on the gender gap, and also just so many folks that you've introduced today. Anna Torres, it's been a complete pleasure to work with Anna over the last few years. And we stay for the people, we really do. And thanks so much to Jimmy and Mehrdad. You've been instrumental as well in keeping this whole shit moving forward. And it's an honor to work with all these folks.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and thank you for weathering many storms with this movement. It really is appreciated. And taking a note from Andrew's book of event management, I do apologize. We are a little bit over time, but we have 2 more categories left. And for the next session, it will begin as soon as this one ends. Thank you again for being with us today. Jimmy, we have one more Wikimedia laureate, and our next winner is also a legend.
Yeah, definitely. I know we're supposed to be very super serious and super worthy. We're all about our good work and writing Wikipedia and so forth, but we also like to have fun. And for me, one of the most fun times in the whole of the Wikimedia era was the beach party in Haifa in Wikimania.
Who could it be? Let's see.
Last year, I instituted a new award. It was then called the 20th Anniversary Award, but now it's renamed to Wikimedia Laureate. This is an award reserved for those contributors who have been involved in the Wikimedia movement for a very long time. In a way, it's even more prestigious than Wikimedia of the Year because it is dedicated to a sustained contribution that has impacted literally millions of people's lives in a positive way. Today, he's written over 8,600 articles in Hebrew Wikipedia, which is more than 2% of the entire Hebrew Wikipedia. He has uploaded more than 37,000 images to Wikimedia Commons. He's in his 11th round of 100 Wiki Days, which I believe is a world record. And Dror is a member of the Wikimania Wikimania Committee, and was the instigator and the general manager of Wikimania 2011 Israel in Haifa. Perhaps this is what he had in mind with that first edit to famous mayor of Haifa back in 2004. And what a great Wikimania that was. I'll never forget dancing on the beach.
Dror, I was trying to imagine how many thousand media wiki tables you have edited over the years as part of the Wikimania program. It is many, many thousand. And for that and everything else that you have done, all of the edits, all of the committee work, all of the emails, and all of the joy that you bring to Wikimania and to Wikipedia. Thank you for all of your contributions and congratulations.
Dror, congratulations on being recognized today. You've made so many Wikimanias so much better. Apart from all the serious discussions, the thing, I think you always brought so much happiness to the calls. I hope your headphones are working today so that you can hear all the amazing credit you're getting. Well deserved.
Tabrik migim.
Félicitations.
Thank you, Dor.
Deborah, congratulations. I see people are celebrating behind you, but I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Got the message.
Still
Your
having
audio is
sound.
Okay, am I? Yeah.
comes in and out.
I got the message from Jimmy during the Hebrew Wikipedia 19th birthday, and I was very surprised, and it was really moving. I was almost crying. And I do relate for things many of you said. I'm also a amateur photographer, and I did upload 37,000 images to Commons, but I still have a waiting list of more than 200,000 images that need to be uploaded, and it will take time probably. Whenever I'm upset with something, I go and write an article. It's like the battery on the iPhone that charges. Every article is about 30 to 40% charging. I started with 100 wiki days, which is great fun. So during that time, I got to day 3,590. So,
wow.
Congratulations, there were.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you so much. And Duro, your audio cut out, but I can see from the video that people are celebrating you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for just being such an inspiration. And maybe we need an upload-a-thon for those 200,000 images. Thank you so much, everyone, for being with us. We have the final category. Congratulations to all the winners: Deror, Andrew, Anna, Dr. Nkem, Tavi, Annie. Thank you so much for everything that you've done, and what an incredible celebration today. But now, for the final award of the day, the Wikimedian of the Year herself. Jimmy, can you believe it's over? How did you feel this year?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's a great slate. Obviously, this process has changed a lot over the years, going from me sort of spending a couple weeks before Wikimania digging around on the wikis, thinking and asking around and so forth, to now really a global nomination process. Merdad, I can't give you an award, but I would give you Co-Host of the Year award if I could. You've been invaluable in terms of corralling me and organizing all of this. It's incredible. So now it's gotten to be a really big thing, and I'm really excited about it. And here we are, drum roll.
Indeed, and I'm actually excited to share that this is the first time we have a winner from Latin America for the title of Wikimedian of the Year. And so without further ado.
No sé si ahí, ¿tú crees que eso como que ahí iría bien, mi querida Meli, o qué puntos más habría que tratar?
Hello, it's Jimmy.
Oh, hi. What a surprise.
Surprise, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm a little nervous now.
Oh, don't be nervous. It's all good. Well, as you probably know, every year I give out a series of awards for different kinds of favorable, positive activity in the movement. But there's one award that's like really the big one. And I'm happy to let you know that I've selected you as Wikimedian of the Year for this year.
What?
What? Yes. Let me read some of the wonderful nominations that you got. She's always highlighting the work of people she collaborates with. She's kind and caring, and she's always open to learning. Those are all like fantastic Wikipedia values. I think her leadership has been key for the growth of the user group and active participation of other women in the community, which is something, as you know, is something very near and dear to my heart, is bringing in more women to participate in Wikipedia. Another one, I think she's a remarkable advocate for the Wikimedia movement and open knowledge. And then, you know, for me, this is probably the best one of all. Olga is such a nice and fun person. They represent the best of our community. So all of your work has had impact on all kinds of people, both in Bolivia, but actually throughout the movement, as people, particularly throughout the Spanish-speaking communities, look up to you and admire you, as do I. And so congratulations, you are the Wikipedian of the Year, Wikimedian of the Year, as we say these days.
Thank you. I'm very excited, and I'm very surprised. I'm here to speak of the Wikimedia, reading Wikipedia program, and now I'm very surprised, and I don't have words. I'm happy because I think the women in the movement, they are working so hard, and I'm a small part of this group of women that are trying to change the movement and give more space to everyone in all the world. I have no... Ya, voy a hablar esta parte en español porque si no, no se va a entender muy bien.
Congratulations.
Gracias. He sido súper y la verdad es que es una alegría muy, muy grande porque en Bolivia hemos estado trabajando mucho para justamente incorporar estas líneas de trabajo, trabajar de una manera más abierta, para que haya siempre más diversidad en nuestro movimiento y que pues siempre también el movimiento sea a la vanguardia de la manera en que se construye el conocimiento, siempre pueda ser como pues esa luz que da ideas nuevas que van luego, digamos, reflejándose en otros entornos en Internet. También las reflexiones que hay en nuestra comunidad creo que le sirven a otras comunidades que construyen Internet. A veces los cuestionamientos y las discusiones en nuestra comunidad son muy enriquecedoras. Todavía estamos aprendiendo mucho. En mi país, por ejemplo, estamos aprendiendo todavía mucho de nosotros mismos y es algo que me gusta mucho de la comunidad, que siempre podemos discutir. Y estas discusiones también se llevan y se imitan en otras comunidades en Internet. Y también se reflejan, y es lo que estamos apuntando también en la vida diaria de las personas para mejorar la manera en que todos podemos compartir lo que aprendemos. Yo ni siquiera me imaginaba esto, así que sigo así como en un shock. Estoy muy sorprendida y bueno, muchas gracias a la gente que ha estado, pues, que ha decidido compartir con nosotros la alegría que ha sido construir la comunidad de Wikimedistas de Bolivia y trabajar en este proyecto piloto también. I'm so happy because I choose this year to work more, to have a more, a work more structured, and we are working to take more big challenge to our community bueno, estoy muy feliz. Creo que no voy a poder decir todo lo que quiero, pero muchas gracias y por la sorpresa. Creo que es una de las cosas más sorpresivas que he recibido este año y tal vez en mucho tiempo. Gracias. Yo estaba...
Pero sí me creíste, ¿verdad? Sí me creíste.
Pues sí, cómo no, yo confío en ti 100%.
See, I hope this doesn't damage the trust that you have in me, Olga.
or she'll expect a surprise every time you connect now. You need to just give her something big.
Nada puede superar esto.
No, sí ha dejado la vara muy alta y gracias, Mari, por estar ahí, por haber sido ese cómplice.
Olga, estoy muy contenta de que seas la Wikimedista del año. Creo que es la primera vez en toda la historia de este premio que es reconocida una mujer latinoamericana con el premio mayor. Siento que es un gran paso que hemos dado como movimiento Wikimedia para entender que hay realidades distintas, para reconocer el trabajo que muchas veces nos cuesta más a las mujeres y a las mujeres de Latinoamérica. De verdad que siento que este reconocimiento habla de que estamos entendiendo que hay diferentes realidades, que hay diferentes complejidades en nuestros países, en nuestras comunidades, y que nosotras nos esforzamos muchísimo por salir adelante. Estoy muy feliz de que tú tengas este premio. Estoy muy contenta de que la comunidad te haya elegido. Muchas felicidades.
Olga, congratulations. Thank you so much. What do you have to say? Olga, are you able to hear us?
I can hear you.
Well, big congratulations to you.
Enhorabuena, Olga, felicitaciones.
How do you feel?
¿Qué tienes que decir?
Bueno, creo que la mayoría de las cosas que quería decir ya están en el video. Sigo súper sorprendida. Aquí está.
Olga, ¿tú nos puedes escuchar?
¿Sí? ¿Ustedes pueden escucharme?
Sí, les escucho.
Bueno, y que aquí a mi alrededor está mucha gente del grupo.
Enormes felicitaciones, Olga.
Teníamos una reunión, así que bueno, están por aquí sin saber bien qué pasaba hasta ahora, así que los ven ahí. Las cosas que quería decir ya están en el video. Bueno, sigo súper sorprendida. Creo que es bueno agradecer también que el movimiento ahora es mucho más abierto. Me alegra eso y esto es una bonita oportunidad para agradecer el trabajo de todos, de cada persona que hace una pequeña edición y pues que la estrategia también ha mostrado que ahora podemos invitar a todos a seguir transformando Wikipedia para que podamos hacer un movimiento aún más diverso. Ahora estamos trabajando con idiomas de Bolivia, con algunas lenguas indígenas y pues creemos que ahora podemos decirle con certeza a la gente que puede ser parte de nuestro movimiento y que el movimiento está abierto a muchos más cambios y que son bienvenidos para transformar y seguir transformando Wikipedia y todos los proyectos Wiki. Quiero agradecer a toda la gente maravillosa que he visto hoy día en este evento y pues en realidad el mensaje final es todos, quien quiera que nos esté viendo ahorita puede editar Wikipedia y cambiar cómo se está construyendo conocimiento libre. Todas las voces son bienvenidas y pues que sí es un proyecto con mucho corazón y que pues aquí vamos a estar a esperarlos para dialogar, para discutir y para seguir construyendo algunos proyectos que lideren la transformación en una internet mucho más diversa, mucho más democrática, donde escuchemos a todos y nos escuchemos a todos y estemos dispuestos a cambiar. Pues yo creo que con eso ya está y un gran abrazo a todos otra vez.
Thank you so much, Olga. Really appreciate it. Congratulations. And thank you for all the incredible work. And I'm seeing messages to you from around the world. Big congratulations. Congratulations, all winners. I do apologize for having gone over time. This is truly an award, and you know people are having a good time when this happens. Thank you for joining us for the Wikimedian of the Year 2022. Keep the party going. Great sessions following this, but also we have karaoke in the networking tent. I know I'll be there. And that's it. Jimmy, how do you feel?
That's great. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations to all the winners.
Annie, Roar, Olga, Andrew, Anna, Tavi, all of you, congratulations. Nkem lost her connection, but we'll splice her in the group photo. Thank you all so much.
Great.
Congratulations. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the last day of Wikimania.
who's joining us to this Sip, Snack and Chat with the board. We'll just let everybody join our session and then we'll kick things off. I hope you're all having a wonderful Wikimania day, weekend, wherever you are in the world. So we'll just give it another minute or two to let people in. Brilliant. Well, welcome everyone to this Sip, Snack and Chat session with the board here at Wikimania 2022. I hope you've all been having a wonderful weekend and enjoying the session so far. I want to thank you for joining us today here. Part of one of the themes of Wikimania this year is to welcome newcomers. So we want to make this session about that as well, making it a place where newcomers to the movement, to Wikipedia, to Wikimania can find out more about what the Board of Trustees do, what the Foundation does and their role within the movement. So we're going to start with a bit of an icebreaker chat, and hopefully today's session will be informal and a bit of fun. We have some questions that come in beforehand and we may not get a chance to get to all of them. So if not, we'll be putting them on our meta page so we can have a look. And we'll also be having a look on the Etherpad, so feel free to add anything you want to there as well. So I'm now going to hand it over to Nat, who's the chair of the board, just to start things off and do some introductions. Over to you, Nat.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So my name is Natalia, and I'm a chair of the board of the Wikimedia Foundation. I have been on the board since 2016, and I come from Ukraine. Currently, I'm a refugee in Israel, and my favorite snack is a thing that you can easily eat, and I don't know, watching TV or something, would be condensed milk, but it's not very local. So I guess my choice for this would be syrniki, which really goes well with condensed milk, and a cup of uzvar. Unfortunately, there is no English Wikipedia article, so there is a Spanish one. And Lorenzo.
Hello, I'm Lorenzo from Italy. I have been in the Wikimedia community for a long time, over 15 years, but I've been on the board just for 1 year now. And I live in Italy, and I'm now in Asino Lariat, the place which hosted Wikimania 6 years ago, in 2016. My favorite drink of snack is difficult to pick one because there are many things I like, but for today I will show the Wikimania biscuits that were made 6 years ago, and they made a new edition for the anniversary this year. Thank you.
Who wants to go next? Rosie?
Hi, everyone. I'm Rosie Stevenson Goodnight. I live in California, but today I'm coming to you from a hotel in Brooklyn, New York City, where I'm drinking my favorite drink, coffee. As for a favorite snack, it's got to be chocolate with nuts. I don't have any here with me, but that's what I like best. I've been on the board for almost a year now, and I've been a Wikimedian for just over 15 years. Over to you, Victoria.
Hello, my name is Victoria. I am originally from Belarus, which is between Ukraine and Lithuania, but now I live in the UK. I've been in the movement for 15 years as well, and I was elected in 2021 alongside with Lorenzo and Rosie. My favorite drink is kefir. This is the Polish version, which I buy in the shop in the UK called Matlanka. And my favorite snack is chocolate as well. Thank you.
Lots of chocolate fans. Shani?
Yeah, it's good company of people liking chocolate. Hi, everyone. My name is Shani Evenstein Sigalov. I'm also in Israel, and I've been on the board for 3 years now. I like Rosie. I'm with my coffee and some owls. And I would say my favorite snack is salted caramel, which is similar to the condensed milk, but better, much better.
Lovely. We've got some sweet tooth here. Darius?
Darius Melnek. I'm originally from Poland. Currently, I'm in Muros in Spain. Apologies if my connection drops off as I'm connected from my mobile. My favorite snack since Wikimania in Mexico is Mexican food. I love everything spicy, but I also drink kefir every day. So we're great minds think alike.
Fantastic. Ezra?
Hey everyone, my name is Isra. I'm from Bahrain. Been on the board for 5 years, since 2017, shortly after Wikimania Montreal. And my favorite snack is ma'moul. And these are semolina flour cookies filled with date paste in the center. And you can add nuts. Usually people add pistachio or walnuts are popular options. And you typically enjoy any sweets with very strong Arabic coffee, as you call it.
All sounds delicious. I think that's all the board members we have. I hope that's making you all hungry, thirsty. Nice to get to know what people enjoy, just to keep them going. Let us know in the chat where you're from, what your favorite snack from your local culture, or just what your favorite snack and drink are. And in the meantime, while you're doing that, we're going to play you a short video just showcasing a bit about who the board are and what they do.
When I see this formal question, what is the ontological meaning of board and how does it fit with existential meaning of life? But how does it work?
The main role of the board is to guide the organization.
Directs the foundation, hires the CEO.
Figure out people issues to make sure the foundation stays on track with the mission.
To hold its management accountable.
The financials that support it are sound and are sustainable.
Board is not the management of the foundation.
The typical approach is our noses are in, our fingers are out.
As the CEO, I work very closely with the board of trustees that helps us ensure that we fulfill the mission and the vision of Wikimedia.
I was asked by the community to represent it on the board. I always say yes when people ask me to do something.
To me, it's the highest way of serving a community and an organization that I align with so much.
Learning from professionals, top professionals in the world.
Say it again with the same energy. It was inspiring, but slower.
It's everyone that I've met, all the relationships I built.
Community with many different aspects and facets.
The people that I get to the opportunity to work alongside with, literally in every corner of the world.
I wanted to be a part of the board because I felt it is important to bring in human rights expertise and the challenges that come with making knowledge accessible in countries where censorship is the norm.
Oh, look at that!
We are the good guys and the good gals.
Wikipedia today, it really is part of the infrastructure of the world.
We need talent. We need people with fresh ideas.
We need community members from underrepresented populations.
So if there are people who are willing to put forth their talent, then they are welcome.
Thank you for that. And if anybody wants to watch the video again, I've just put a link in the chat. So now I'm going to hand it back to Nat. The board's always busy, so she's going to recap a bit about what they've been up to over the past year for you.
Thank you. As you've seen from the video, the board is actually responsible for the bigger strategic stuff, stuff, and also for some bigger issues, kind of like a framework, not really some management day-to-day operational things, which are usually the things that our community members are mostly interested in. So out of the things that we did this year were crowning achievement was approving the annual plan to the Wikimedia Foundation for this fiscal year, and you can look at it in the chat. I think that somebody is going to drop a line to URL to the meta page, and I would say that that would be the biggest thing this year. We are going to meet, and also for the first time met in person after like 2 years meeting each other online or not meeting at all this March in New York, which was like kickoff for all the in-person events happening in the movement as well. And we're going to have our next board meeting for the Wikimedia Summit, which happens in Berlin this year in September. And we are going to talk about universal code of conduct, especially the language changes that were requested by the community members. I would say that that would be the biggest ones.
Thank you, Nat. And I'm sure people are wondering, who's your lovely little friend on your shoulder with us today?
Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce him. So Wikimedia movement is not only about fighting wars and editing and serious endeavors trying to stay very neutral in very, I would say, challenging times. It's also about cuteness. So this is Kankunchik. He's a representative from Wikimedia Cuteness Association, and he's traveling with me since 2015, Wikimania in Mexico. As Dariusz brought up a topic about spicy food, Kankunchik was my travel companion since that Wikimania ever after. And yeah, so he's also trying to cutify the movement, just as all his brothers and sisters.
Amazing. Thank you for introducing us. So we're going to move on now just to some questions and answers. We've had some that have been submitted before. And like I mentioned earlier, we're trying to keep a focus on telling newcomers a bit more about what the board does, a bit more about them. And any questions that we don't get to, we will either have a look in the Etherpad or over on Meta as well. So time to get in and get to know people a bit more. And I'm going to start with Rosie. So Rosie, tell us what skill or talent or area of expertise you think you bring to your role that you had no idea would actually be a useful thing as part of your work here.
Well, thanks for the question, Lisa. I think I'm going to talk about this. In the last 15 years or so of a very long career, my work focused on what we would call talent and culture. To be successful in that field requires education and experience, for example, to develop an ethics perspective unique to this kind of work. But it also requires a combination of abilities and skills and knowledge, things like empathy on one hand and confidence on the other, networking and multitasking, good listening skills, good communication skills, good relationship building skills, critical thinking, big picture thinking. Now that I sit on the board, I found that this background is especially useful during conversations related to human resources broadly construed. You know, when I first joined the board, I thought that the most important background I brought with me was the perspective of being a veteran Wikimedian, and also my deep commitment to the 2030 movement strategy. But I've been pleasantly surprised to find that this professional background that I have is also quite useful in my service on the board.
Thank you, Rosie. So next, I'm going to call upon Darius. And a question for you is, how can the foundation go about building a diverse board, both in terms of experience, but also background?
Well, I think it's a question we're asking ourselves all the time. First of all, we need to understand what we understand by diversity. And I think, personally, I think there is a pitfall to avoid it. And the pitfall to avoid is just following the cultural standards imposed by the US. For instance, the notions of race in the United States are very different from elsewhere. And just to use an example that I'm more familiar with, Untermensch was a very important race category in Europe, with ramifications even for the current day, while the skin color less so around here. And there are many other examples from other continents and cultures. So I think the United States approach is very useful, but there are no notions of caste. The social classes are interpreted differently, considered less important, and so on and so forth. So especially if we look at the experience we're looking for as well, we need to be very specific about knowing what do we want. Is experience from other boards with budgets over $10 million crucial, or is it just important? Is understanding open source, open knowledge crucial, or just useful? Are we seeking experts, world-class experts even, whatever field they're working? Are we willing to compromise this skill if other important boxes are ticked, like community experience or the diversity we're looking for? We have to put a lot of emphasis on, we have historically put a lot of emphasis on gender, but I think the truth is that so far the WFF board has been luckily exemplary in terms of gender balance over the years, but much less so, for example, in terms of age balance. So we need to be very careful about this. We need to think, how should we treat geographical diversity? Is it just region, or should we consider socioeconomic status? So in other words, should a jet setter, let's give an example, should a jet setter from Singapore be considered by default a better student candidate than a miner from Moldova, because we prioritize Asia and deprioritize Europe? It's a very tough approach. I think there are many approaches to this, but luckily enough, we're working hard to make it sensible. These and other questions are really intensely debated within the governance committee. We're hoping to have some knowledge-driven conversations in the future, maybe incorporating some existing indexes, measures. And we also hope, of course, to bring these conversations back to the community to have something sensible and stable to work on.
Thank you. That was a really interesting answer. I'm just going to remind everyone speaking today, we've got some amazing translators that are listening to us all. So we all just need to remember to speak slowly for them. They're doing a great job for everybody listening in different languages. Lorenzo, I'm sure there's lots of surprises being part of the board. Anything weird or wonderful or very interesting topics you've come across that you were surprised you ended up kind of dealing with?
Yeah, many of the things I've seen are what I expected, but one thing that pops to my mind that was totally unexpected came from my first board meeting in September 2021. Actually, at the time, I was not even appointed as a board member. I was just an observer. And there was a presentation about the human rights impact assessment, which was recently completed. And a general presentation, the introduction, and other general stuff. But there were also a few specific cases. And one of the first slide talked about something like the impact of the Taliban's taking Kabul on Wikipedia and Wikimedia. And I can't go into the detail of the issue here because there are security concerns. But the point is that I'm not used to thinking that the Taliban's taking Kabul is my problem. I know that it is a problem. I know that it's a very important issue globally, but I'm not used to think that this is something I need to take into consideration in what I do. But it actually turns out that there are consequences here for the Wikimedia Foundation, and it's when during that board meeting, that was one definitely unexpected thing that made me a bit confused, let's say, on how to proceed.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I'm going to move on to Ezra. Obviously, it's been a great couple of days listening to loads of different thematic topics, loads of different things, loads of issues. Ezra, what would you say is one of the most pressing kind of issues or things for the movement at the moment that the board should be thinking about?
Thanks for that question. For me, the most pressing issue is the constantly changing and sometimes worsening political climates around the world. We have an ongoing battle with censorship, threats to members of our movement, state-sponsored surveillance that's often enabled and normalized by corporate greed. We have massive human rights abuses taking place in countries that we have solid memberships in and contributions from, or places that we'd really love to grow. The amount of funding that is going towards propaganda and disinformation campaigns that unfortunately cannot be tackled with mere technology. Climate change that would impact the way we approach things like data centers, and just overall concern about the state of the world. These are external things and factors that we can't always foresee or control or effectively prepare for in advance, but it does force us to keep our heads on the ground and constantly iterate our path to either bypass or address these major political, social, and environmental concerns.
Thank you, Ezra. I'm going to hand over now to Shani. So a question for you is, when you joined the board, what was the thing you were most looking forward to doing when you first joined?
Oh, that's actually an easy one. Some people got a tough one. So mine is easy because for me it was about serving the movement. It's as easy as that, right? I have been in the movement since 2011. So I actually joined in Wikimania Haifa. That was my first Wikimania and first encounter with the whole movement. And during these 3 days, I got completely hooked. You know, I joined that day Wikimedia Israel, and I started to learn how to edit. And I can literally say that it has changed my life, right? It has infiltrated every aspect of it. It's just that there are no bounds. It's part of what I do now academically as well. It's part of my research. And I've been involved in so much outreach work. And as a volunteer, you know, I felt that there are some things that were bothering me that were not getting fixed. So I was really looking forward to being on the board so I can be in a position to actually do something about it and try to hopefully change things for the better. And I think one of the key areas that have been on my mind a lot is that I felt this type of divide between the volunteers doing the grassroots work on, you know, doing editing, doing projects, etc., and the foundation. And I really wanted to, and affiliates, of course. So like 3 different, almost detached entities in the movement, not really working together. So I was looking forward to doing things to improve that. And I'm happy that I was able to be supported by the rest of the board, and we formed a community affairs committee, and that became something that we invest in, you know, just improving the relationships between the different entities, the different stakeholders has been very important to me, and also technological work that is key to what we do and in order to serve humanity. So just being on the board has allowed me to collaborate to the highest level and just do that work and serve the movement that I love so much. So that's been a privilege. Thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you, Shani. Nat, who's our chair of the board. Nat, I'm going to ask you maybe just to explain, especially for newcomers, what the role of the chair is, just in kind of day-to-day terms and the areas of things that you might look after.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, it's really a lot of boring stuff, like approving expense reports of the trustees, signing some contracts, and the chair of the board is also a budget holder, and so forth, and so on and so forth. The chair also builds a draft of the agenda, and that's basically the only real superpower that the chair has. That's building the agenda, inviting people to meetings, and steering sorting the work of the board overall, trying to create conditions for the board to be able to work productively. And so it also involves some bits of logistics and some ceremonial stuff. I can say that the thing that I enjoy most about being a chair is actually being able to support people in their personal growth. I would be like one of the first points of contact, or at least at the point of approving things for people to be able to become better at what they do. So the board work better, and expertise and wisdom, but also the organization. Hopefully.
Thank you, Nat. So last but not least, I think we have Victoria. Would you be able to tell us what a day in the life of a board member looks like, or maybe a day in the life of your life as a board member?
A day in my life. First of all, we are all volunteers. We're not paid to do the board work. So whatever is life of the board member is, I need to fit it around my work. Therefore, when I come to work in the morning, I check my work email, and then if I don't have anything pressing, I check the board email. I am in Europe and most of the stuff in the US, so sometimes I have several emails that came while I was sleeping. Then when I have lunchtime, I reply to emails. Sometimes there are documents to edit. Sometimes we have online meetings during the day. But it's relatively infrequently. So the board is divided into committees which work on various aspects of the Wikimedia Foundation and movement. Shani already mentioned the Community Affairs Committee. I am on that committee and several others. So sometimes we have committee meeting, and for me it would be in the evening. And then also a lot of things trying to organize, because we're in different time zones, a lot of polls when I will be available, when everybody will be available, and things like that. So in general, it's like a life of any Wikimedian. You fit it around your normal life. And sometimes nothing happens, and sometimes something suddenly happens and you're required to reply. So we also have several messengers, and I always check what's happening in the board chat. That's the day in the life of a trustee.
Great, thank you so much. So we have a little bit of time left, and I'm wondering if there's anybody within just the audience here, if they've got any questions that they'd like to put out there, and some of the trustees can pick them up, and we can take a look at the Etherpad as well. But anybody from the audience here today that wants to add anything in the chat? Newcomers especially. Dig around, find out a bit more. What else you want to find out about what the board does? And maybe while we're looking at that, Mayor, would you be able to post in the chat just the Etherpad question, so that the board members can have a look and then have a look at answering that? And anybody else, if you walk away from this later on and think, oh, I have a question, why did I not think about that at the time? Please ask in the Etherpad, or you can put it on the meta page. So Mayor is saying there's a question in the chat about a specific edit on one of our projects. Let's go back up and see if we can find it. Let's try and find it. Mayor, can you repost it? Let's have a look. Or has anybody else spotted it?
Sorry, I think Nat actually has a direct response to it. It's
Okay.
just a specific edit.
Go for it, Nat.
Yeah, actually, it's not about that question. It's about the questions overall in the chat. The board is a collective body, so we all individually, as not even board members, but individuals, can have thoughts or can have positions on some issues. But before the board actually has a position, we need to convene, we need to discuss, and we need to come to a position. That's why these kind of questions, which are not directed at the board actually does, or what the board as a body, collective body, has already discussed and decided on a position it stands on, we can't answer. I mean, as individual, you can ask us somewhere, I don't know, during some events, what is our thoughts on this or that, on everything. But as regarding those questions that indeed now we haven't discussed or we don't know, and if there are any positions, then they would be listed publicly and shared. There is actually a question in the chat about the board's elections, whether we like them and whether it is stressful for candidates. I've been a candidate twice, and I can tell you that, yeah, for candidates it is really stressful. It is also stressful a bit for the board because governance committee needs to take part in the organizing and then manage different kind of parts before handing it over to the elections committee to actually run the kind of like operational part of the elections. And just like running any event or anything that is happening, it's difficult. Glitches are happening. So yeah, I'm not going to take any questions. If anyone wants to chime in and add.
So
I can chime in. I think the elections. Sorry, just wanted to add to what Nat said. That the elections are definitely a very exhaustive and stressful process, but people who cannot stand the stress will come for a great surprise if they are elected, because being on a board is much more stressful on occasion. So there's that. But of course, we need to make the process better to get better candidates. This is the goal, not necessarily making it nicest for people who are running, but selecting people who will serve best. Hopefully also making it a little nicer.
For sure. Thank you, Darius. There's a question that says, how can we as a movement do better about creating leadership opportunities in affiliates or other organizations to build better skill sets of Wikimedians, so that I suppose then it's like a stepping stone that they can then be more prepared to become a member of the board? So how do we kind of encourage people to move their way up through different organizations?
Maybe Darius would like to answer that as the chair of the governance committee.
Sure. I mean, we're working on a couple of fronts. First of all, we want to increase diversity. We need to increase maybe not increase the quality of the candidates, but try to make the process such that the quality is a priority. We need to reach out to the affiliates. So we're trying to handle quite a number of things, and I'm not sure if we can do it all together at the same time. But if you look at the past elections, I think there's already progress towards the goal of being a little more inclusive, more meritocratic, and also to be reaching out to people who are not necessarily, who used not to be necessarily in the typical pool of candidates. We are increasing diversity in this sense at the very least. So I think we're working on it, but the only thing I can say is that it's a process, it's a journey. We're doing our best. We're meeting regularly every couple of weeks, trying to discuss this, and we're bringing it back to the community as well. So the only thing I can say is bear with us, and if you have any ideas, please come forward. We love to hear from you, and we love good ideas of how things should be run. We cannot make promises to accept all of it, but we definitely will consider any sensible proposal that is sent.
Thank you, Darius. And just to touch on something that Nat said earlier, she has run twice now. She obviously loves being part of it so much. Maybe some of the other board members could just tell us, just even in a simple sentence, what actually made you run for election. So Rosie, I'm gonna pick on you first.
The short answer is I thought it was my turn. I thought it was my turn to try to be appointed to the board and make a difference. I felt like I had so many years within this movement where I got to enjoy being a Wikimedian and see things in different perspectives, different communities that I'm a part of. And I felt like I said, it was just my turn to try to sit on the board, offer my perspective, and try to make a difference.
Thank you, Rosie. Ezra, what was the driving factor for you?
For me, I gave a keynote with Mania, and after that, I was approached by the chair at the time asking if there would be interest. And of course, I was very concerned as somebody who was not traditionally would be considered a Wikimedian. So that was one thing that gave me pause. I was constantly wondering if I would be the right fit, but the idea was that somebody like myself with human rights expertise who may not already be part of the movement, what would make me join is the values that I shared with the foundation in terms of access to information, access to knowledge as a human right. And that's what made me want to join and help build the movement from within and understand it was definitely a huge learning curve for me, but it also made me understand how somebody who may not be a part of this movement already become a part of it and how easy it is actually to be a part of it, even though from the outside it may look very intimidating, considering the many people that we have in the movement with 15 years plus expertise as members of the community. But for us to reach our goals towards diversity and genuine representation as a global community, this is really what spiked my interest in becoming a part of the board.
Thank you. And it's great to hear the different ways that people have kind of accessed it. Shani, what about you? What was your one thing that said, I have to do this now?
I've actually mentioned that before, but I can say that, you know, being asked by my community to run has been really important. In the first time that I ran in 2019, it was quite a different election process. It was through affiliates, and we had quite a change back then of allowing user groups, all affiliates actually, to vote for the first time. So that was a really huge change that the previous board brought about, and that is how I got to be there. I've been heavily involved in all types of affiliates, and from chapters to user groups to authorities, and involved in governance. So that kind of made sense for me. This election is very different, and it's an iterative process. Let's just say it like this. It's, you know, we keep working on changing it and finding the right way to do it. It's not a perfect bulletproof process just yet.
Thanks, Shani. Lorenzo, what about yourself? What made you get up and join?
Well, at that specific point of time, it was the most useful thing I could do for the Wikimedia movement. It was not like that before. I mean, it's specific of that time, but yeah, that was the overall thought.
Great, thanks, Lorenzo. And Victoria, what about yourself?
As I said in this video, I was asked by Russian Wikipedia community where I'm from, but I also want to answer to the question which was asked in chat, and it's connected to it. If the elections, board elections, are like and admin elections. And I would say that it's a bit like that because people ask questions of you. But if I compare it with the elections in Russian Wikipedia, then there is a procedure which was hardly changed from 2006. And people can look at past answers and see what will be happening. Here, with the board election, it's a mess. I will not deny that it's a mess, and it was a mess in 2021. And it happens because there is no body, there is not one body responsible for the election, but there are at least three bodies. The first one is the board. On the board, we have election task force, of which I am a member, so I'm responsible for that as well. And the movement changes, and the movement even in 2014 is not the same as it's now. So we try, and again, it was a question in the chat. We try to find people that are needed on the board right now and increase diversity in everything. And that's why the procedure changed, and probably too much. So this is one group, the board. Then we have election committee, who are Wikimedians selected by the board to run the election itself and make tactical decisions. And again, they're all volunteers and they're spread around the time zones, and there are consequences of COVID and whatever. And then we have staff that is again spread all around the world, which is working on the elections. There is technical staff and in different departments, and they interact with us, the board, and with the community election. And at the end of it, you don't have one single person that is responsible for everything. Different people are responsible for different parts of the project. And that's why you have what we have. Things change at the last moment, and not all people know about the changes, and the poor candidates are at the end of it. I'm very sorry for them because it's a difficult process. It's not like one community is asking you questions. It's lots of communities, and many of them it's not the first language. For me, for example, is not the first language as well. It's a cognitive weight. But so the short answer would be it's much more difficult than an admin election. But if you come through it, then you're prepared for the board. That does a lot of work.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, it's really good to hear the different diverse backgrounds you're all from, the different kind of points of entry, ways that you come in, different encouragements. So I think that gives a really good flavour of how diverse the board is and all your different backgrounds, and hopefully encourages people to think more about getting involved with the board in the future, perhaps as well. We're going to wrap things up now, so I just wanted to say a huge thank you to everybody who joined us today. If you have further questions, please do put them on the Etherpad, and we'll be getting around to answering them in the next few days. This session will also be on YouTube and Commons in the next week or so, so feel free to share and watch back. And I'm just going to hand over to Nat just to say goodbye to you all.
And here I'm practically illustrating how one of the chair's responsibilities is being done, ceremonial stuff of thanking you all for attending and spending some time with us, and for your questions, and see you around.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
book. Apologies for the delay. I'm so glad that we found a technical solution and that we can all be here together. It's really a pleasure and an honor for me to be moderating this session, and I'm so glad that we can finally make it. So my name is Brigitte Vizna, and I'm the Director of Policy and Open Culture at Creative Commons. And I'm really thrilled to be here with Deborah, Yolanda, Giovanna, and hopefully Viviana, who will join us in a few moments. I'll introduce them a bit later, and with this incredible panel of speakers, we'll spend some time discussing the many facets of copyright reform to promote better sharing of knowledge and culture in different parts of the world. Giovanna is joining from Brazil, and Yolanda and Deborah are in Italy, and Viviana should be joining us from Colombia. So I think that on this panel, we all share the understanding that preservation, access, sharing, use, and reuse of cultural heritage are essential for communities to thrive. And we've seen with the COVID-19 pandemic that it's also essential to build resilience. And it's imperative that we in the open and free knowledge movement support these critical activities. And that's one of the reasons that Creative Commons already 20 years ago launched the copyright licenses. But here we are today, and people are still facing an incredible amount of challenges in sharing cultural heritage online. Cultural institutions, for example, they often struggle to just carry out their legitimate activities like digitizing collections for preservation and to make them available to the public. So why do they struggle? Well, there are many reasons, and we recently shared a report on barriers to open culture, and I'll share the link in the chat if I can manage that, and I'll invite you to take a look. And in this session now, we'll zoom in into one of the most prominent challenges, and that's copyright. Outdated, inadequate, unclear, or improper copyright policies that generally raise unnecessary barriers to cultural heritage sharing. So what can we do about this? Well, I'm glad that our speakers today will be able to shed light on some of those barriers, share their experiences about how within their various initiatives they can strive to overcome such challenges. We'll see that all these initiatives are different, but they share common elements. One more thing, I know that we reserve some time at the end of the session for questions, so hopefully we'll get them through the chat, and feel free to ask them. We'll take them towards the end. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, and this will be Giovanna. We are changing the order a little bit from what we had planned. Giovanna Fontanelle, she's a journalist, historian, educator. She has a master's, she's a master's student in social history. She works as a program officer for GLAM and culture at the Wikimedia Foundation, so she's a familiar face to most of you. And she's a general coordinator of Creative Commons Brazil, besides being a member of the Creative Commons Global Network, Wikimania Brazil user group, and Icon Brazil. So her current activities are related to GLAM Wiki, Open GLAM, and linked open data initiatives, in addition to other projects on diversity, mainly gender, knowledge, knowledge equity. So over to you, Giovanna.
Thank you, Brigitte. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be invited to this panel beside other people with amazing work, and to be part of Wikimania this year. You know, I'm a Wikimedian, so I'm very glad to be always in this conference. I'm going to share my screen a little bit. Oh, I see that I can't share. Let me see. Okay, I don't think I can share. That's okay. I have prepared some slides. Maybe I can just work with them without the image part. Oh, I can now. Oh, let's see. One moment, please. I hope that you can see my screen. Yes, okay.
Yes, we can see it.
So today I am presenting this brief presentation, supporting GLAMs in Brazil, advocating for open access, guiding the usage of CC license, and contributing to the Wikimedia project. And I would like to start with, this one, with this slide. So Brazilian laws that are related to copyright are not that bad. We do respect public domain, different from the experience that I think we will hear in a few minutes. And we have freedom of panorama, and we do have some laws that find exceptions, like the law number 13146, the Statute of the Person with Disabilities, that states the person with disabilities have the right to culture, sports, tourism, leisure on equal basis to other people. And on the paragraph 2, it says that the public authorities must adopt solutions aimed at eliminating, reducing, and overcoming barriers to promote access to all cultural heritage in compliance with the accessibility, environmental, and national historic heritage standards. And that law makes it possible for Brazilian heritage institutions to create alternatives for people with disability to access culture that help flourish and this kind of accessible content, like 3D versions of 2D works and tactical exhibitions. And even though we have a good law directly at people with disabilities, which is great, we still have a long way to go. And I would like to highlight this platform that in translating it for English, even though it's a platform in Spanish, it is about flexibilities to the copyrights in Latin America. And when we see here at the side, we can see the session about libraries and archives, and a few different lines like public loan, exchange between libraries, out of commerce works, orphan works, evasion of digital rights management, and other possibilities. And when we change that, and we can, I don't know if I could share this, but I don't think, sorry. I don't think it's good for me to change tabs right now, but I would very much like you, if you can, after this presentation, to go into that website to check what I'm talking about. But basically, when you change this, you can see the variation of this, these sections here within the Latin American countries. And in Brazil, in the case of Brazil, we appear as red in every single one of those possibilities, which is, of course, a problem. We still have a very long way to go. But there's also the fact that we live in the global south in a marginalized society. And the survey of Open GLAM access and policy practice by Douglas McCartney and Andrea Wallace is an amazing research that helps us to identify Open GLAM initiatives around the world. And we can see that we have fewer of them in the global south, and especially in Latin America. So we have 30 seconds in, actually, here's not South America, it's Latin America. We have out of 1,435 institutions, we have 37 in Latin America and 9 in Brazil. Through the survey, we can see quite clearly the problem we face in the global south. This is an overview of the Brazilian in the Latin American situation. But at the same time, we are in the global south, we are 80% of the population with access to internet in the world. And we do have a lot of formal heritage institutions. So what is the problem? What is happening so that we can see that being reflected in open access, Open GLAM initiatives all over the internet? First, we have our structural problem. These charts here from digital collections in museums, a manual for carrying out projects, a publication about current shorter state of Brazilian GLAM institutions by the Tainacam project. It shows that most of the institutions, they do share their collection catalog on the internet, is 83%. But when we see the below chart, we can see that only 23% of them share their digitalized collections to the public over the internet. And that's, of course, a problem. But the second problem that we do have is the problem with qualification. So if you see here this first chart, we can see that the major difficulty is the lack of funding. The second major problem is the lack of a qualified staff. And that staff, I meant by technical staff that knows not only the technical ingredients to make it possible to share the content, but also the understanding of copyright. Here is another chart that shows, like, basically that a lot of institutions do share their collections, but only in the place of the institution, even though it's digitalized, and only 14% of them do share over the internet, but only on the social media. And what Creative Commons Brazil is trying to do as best as it can on a 100% volunteer basis, especially in its GLAM coordination since 2020 and the mix of the pandemic, is to help institutions that are interested but don't have necessarily the means to understand copyright and the license. And we provide guidelines to them, participate in lectures, workshops, and educational events. And we translate or write posts about Open GLAM, updates on the copyright law reform, and the difficulties of the Brazilian institutions, such as fires and other problems. Explain topics like NFTs, Open GLAM, and how to share the collections on the Wikimedia projects. But these GLAMs really want is for their institutions, even if they are small ones, to be able to share their collections more widely, especially the ones that are public, academic, or nonprofit. They usually want their knowledge to reach more people, but they just don't have the means and the staff availability to understand the particularities of copyright laws. In 2020 and 2021, we talked to more than 30 institutions. We created a special email address to attend these institutions. And at the beginning of the pandemic, we sent several emails offering meetings with guidelines to interest institutions and talk to several museums, archives, libraries, and universities. They also searched for us to provide them with lectures, presentations, and sometimes to help their students if they were connected to educational institutions. At one point, we were contacted by the Getulio Vargas Foundation to help law students to understand open access and Open GLAM policies in a project with the São Paulo Art Museum. This was an interesting occasion, as it was a way of helping the lack of quality professionals problem. And something that occurred to me during that presentation was the fact that in Brazil, the copyright area is not that big, especially if you consider the interface between copyright and heritage. And even more so when we talk about open access. There needs to be more incentives, as well as awareness, conversations, and advocacy in these two areas in parallel, which just doesn't happen in Brazil often. And in order for us to enhance copyright exceptions, we need more policymakers to understand the situation. And without this kind of action and investment, Open GLAM cannot fully happen in Brazil and in Latin America. We had a big meeting with Rio de Janeiro superintendents of museums with more than 70 guests. But the main set of the meetings that we had in that approach that I described earlier was the Abrete Código Hackathon, which had several institutions and staff involved. We did guidance meetings, live sessions, and a video about open access, the license, open GLAM, and other policies, which was part of the legislation section of the event, as well as we shared a brochure with a 38-page document with frequently asked questions related to GLAMs. Oh, sorry. During the meeting, staff had many questions. In some instances, they were desperate for help, especially because they didn't want to make mistakes and infringe copyright, compromising themselves and their institutions. And the four most frequently asked questions were, how do I use CC license? How do I apply CC license on institutions' websites? How do I, how to deal with the copyright of works that are not in public domain? And finally, how can we use Creative Commons license for the collections to reach a wider audience? This last issue was the major concern due to COVID at the time. Another very common question was about the case of orphan works. And so our presentation usually explained copyright, Creative Commons, and the license, Open GLAM, and practical application in the Wikimedia project, so they could enhance their outreach and dissemination, which was always very important to them. And in this format, the four most frequent questions were answered, and we could give them a minimal notion of copyright, open license, and how to make collections available. Much more is needed. Brazil wants to launch a brochure about and for GLAMs, a course of a few modules aimed at Brazilian institutions and university students, law, history, communication students, a newsletter, and more regular posts, and especially a better connection to Wikimedia and the GLAM Wiki ecosystem. But unfortunately, we don't have funding right now, which just we just don't have it right now. But we do want to work on advocating more and more for these changes to be made. That's it for my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanna. That was a really comprehensive overview of the situation in Brazil. I really like the study that you did during COVID. I think you managed to turn what was a great threat to the sector into an opportunity to show the benefits of opening up their collection and to encourage them to use CC licenses. And I think it's a lesson that we could all draw from, because it's really inspiring. We'll now move to our next speaker, Deborah De Angelis. Deborah is an attorney at law based in Rome, in Italy. She's currently representative and legal lead of the Italian chapter in the Creative Commons Global Network since its constitution in 2018. Deborah is a legal expert in international copyright law, art and entertainment law, and new technologies. She also worked as a legal advisor on copyright law to the previous Italian Minister of Cultural Heritage. And Deborah, you will talk to us about cultural heritage law in Italy. So over to you. We look forward to your presentation.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to be here with you today. And thanks, Brigitte, for your presentation. We know that policy is one of the possible limits to an open culture, besides money and people. We also are aware that copyright law may represent an obstacle to the open sharing of cultural heritage when the cultural goods are still protected. We face difficulties in understanding copyright law's principle, the duration of the protection, and therefore the status of the work, if it is still protected or in the public domain worldwide, difficulties in the application of the originality standard, idea, expression, dichotomy, to determine if a work is creative or not. And difficulties also in the choice of the applicable law in case of cross-border uses. Also, the lack in the legislation of the freedom of panorama exceptions in Italy is another example of how copyright may limit taking photograph or video footage and creating other images of building, sculptures, and other artwork permanently located in public space. Italy did not implement the freedom of panorama exception as suggested by Article 5, letter H of the InfoSoc Directive number 29 of 2001. So, beside the difficulties faced by the copyright law, in Italy, the public cultural heritage in the public domain faces a more restrictive limit for the open sharing of digital images for commercial purposes. The Cultural Heritage Code, Decree Legislative number 32, 2004. Accordingly to the Italian Cultural Heritage Code, open culture is allowed only for personal use or study, for research, free expression, creative expression, or promotion of knowledge of cultural heritage carried out on a non-commercial basis. But in the case of reproduction for commercial purposes of the public cultural heritage in the public domain, Article 107 of the Cultural Heritage Code provides that the ministry, the regions, or the other territorial public authorities may issue a request for a payment. This limitation does not allow a general by default application of open access principles. And this is difficult to open up the open glam and the open culture in the realm of the Italian glams, due to the obligation to ask a previous permission for commercial uses of the digital reproduction of public cultural heritage in the public domain, and the related discretion of the authority to ask for a payment. This limitation, stated by the cultural heritage, represents a second layer of protection applicable to all cultural heritage when copyright protection has expired. Note that this limitation imposed by the Cultural Heritage Code is more restrictive than copyright law because it is perpetual, doesn't have any deadline, and depends only on the will of the Cultural Heritage Institute. So, this limitation is also against the principle stated by Article 14 of the DSM directive that stated that a faithful reproduction of a visual art in public domain stays in the public domain. As Creative Commons Italy chapter, we are working on tempering the feeling of losing control by Italian keys, drafting a segmentation of different commercial uses allowed in the field of research, free expression, creative expression, or promotion of knowledge of cultural heritage exceptions, where the commercial purposes can also be present. Taking also into account the many different types of commercial use and their different impacts on the activities of cultural institutions and Italian society as a whole. In this sense, we would like the Ministry of Culture to clarify that the so-called non-rivalrous commercial uses are not subject to authorization and payment of the fee. It is necessary to distinguish the reuse resulting from open access project from other form of rival commercial uses, such as, for instance, the direct sale of images reproducing the cultural heritage. For example, images of cultural heritage in public domain released under a Creative Commons tools compatible with the open access, for example, the CC BY attribution share alike license, do not create any kind of exclusivity, and the content remains available to the community for use and reuse with very few restrictions. Another example is concerning faithful reproduction of public domain cultural heritage, labeled with the public domain mark, PDM, or released under CC0, two tools suitable for sharing in the public domain according to open access principles. So to be clear, uses enabled through such licenses or tools do not conflict with the economic exploitation of images by the institution themselves, do not negatively impact the market for commercial exploitation of cultural heritage, and on the contrary, positively impact Italian society by encouraging entrepreneur creators to reinvent their own heritage. Also, we are working on finding a way on how to accomplish grants request to receive attribution of provenance on public domain material. And this is the work that we are doing with the Creative Commons GLAM platform working group number 5. Unfortunately, it is a common practice to use the material held in archives, museums, and galleries and libraries, especially for commercial purposes, without giving the right credit to those related to this content. And this is one of the issues that limit the Italian Ministry of Culture to open also culture for commercial use. To conclude my speech, the way to our goal still long to be accomplished. That's why we are engaged in a series of dialogues with our Minister of Culture to try to overcome the fear of open culture, aiming for a better future. Also, besides organizing other practical projects, especially with our friends in Wikimedia Italy, and I'm sure Yolanda will speak about one of these. And all of this is also for aiming a better future. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you for this also comprehensive overview of what the situation is like on the cultural heritage side in Italy. And thank you for the transition. Without further ado, I will hand over to Yolanda Pensa, who is, I'm sure, also a very familiar face to you in the Wikimedia community. She's a Wikipedian, art critic, and researcher. As a volunteer, she's been contributing to Wikipedia since 2006. She organized in 2016 Wikimania Esinolario. She's the chair of the Wikimania Steering Committee and chair of Wikimedia Italy. She's been active in the implementation of WikiLove's monuments and in increasing the documentation of cultural heritage on Wikipedia and the Wikimedia projects. Since 2006, she's been involved in triggering the use of open licenses in institutions, publishing research materials on Wikipedia, and rebalancing online geographic information with Wiki Africa. Over to you, Yolanda. You will have the last word, as Viviana unfortunately cannot join us.
Hello, thank you very much. So what I wanted to show you is considering the situation of Italy that Deborah provided a quite extensive overview. So what can we do? As a volunteer, as a Wikipedian and Wikimedian, my interest is how to upload content on our project. How we can benefit from this content? How can we collaborate with cultural institutions? So the problem that we face from our perspective, so the practical aspect of how to engage institution and how to open content is actually the complexity of all this process. So we need a lot of authorization. We need to work with a lot of people and institution to make sure that we can collaborate, that we can open a collection. So looking, of course, at licensing on photos or on reproduction, the issue of properties, the issues of artists and architects, considering that we don't have freedom of panorama, the restriction of our legislation that add these fees to the reuse, and of course, the rights related to the possibility of taking photos of people. So in this complexity, we decided that we want to move forward. So we want to engage institutions, and maybe an approach can be to try to engage all institutions at once. So what we decided to do is to launch a project called Empowering Italian Claims. It is a fantastic collaboration between Wikimedia Italy, ICOM Italy, so the Association of Museums, Creative Commons, and the University of Torino. So we also have a research partner. We have the support of Wikimedia Foundation, and we are targeting to engage 5,000 museums. 5,000 is actually the biggest number. We will probably be able to reach 3,000 and maybe getting an answer from 500, so something like this. But the idea is how can we invite all institutions to collaborate with Wikipedia? Wikipedia is a nice catching word. People know, obviously, the visibility of this project. Collaborating with Wikipedia for us means to engage in opening content and creating an open access policy. And so we designed an approach to engage institutions. Basically, we have a three-step process. So we are starting now the first step. We are now producing our pilot project by engaging around 10 institutions in this first phase. And the idea is to invite all institutions to release a series of photos of their institution, the exterior, the interior, some example of their collection, under the open tool City Zero. Do the same with a text, describe the institution, and starting drafting an open access policy. Then, with a selection of those institutions, we will move forward towards opening a selection of their collection. And we are already launching a collaboration with 5 institutions to open all their work, so all their heritage, with a data management plan based on open by default. Among those institutions is already engaged the Museum Egizio, the Egyptian Museum in Torino. This approach, obviously, the argument to engage institution is the typical argument, of course, that we all know. So the advantages of opening their collection, the quality, improving the procedures, also linking their way of working to open access, open government, open data, open science. Of course, museums are also research institutions, and they're very often public institutions. We also have the Faro Convention, which is a very good argument to trigger the participation. Another argument is, of course, visibility. Collaborating with the Wikipedia, with the Wikimedia project, with the OpenStreetMap means obviously to increase the possibility of institution to gain visibility, but of course, opening content is obviously an important step for this access. Participation, the possibility of engaging the public, considering new ways the public, active citizenship, innovation, the possibility of producing new services and products, and of course, research, which I think is also a very important argument for cultural institutions, because they have to produce research, but they often cannot produce research by themselves. So making their collection available for research is an important step to invite others and also invite citizen science in contributing to their mission. So I'm obviously a little bold and definitely an activist. So we have a very clear vision of which are the tools and licenses we want and the one that we do not want. So considering the interoperability with the Wikimedia project, of course, we have some limitations. And those are basically the limitations that we present the institution. We also want to force institution to think about CC0. So to think about the value of not adding restriction, but also to ask people to cite their work to cite sources, but recognizing the value of not adding layers of restrictions. So this is why we encourage also, and we make it very clear that to collaborate with us, it is necessary to not prohibiting derivative work, allowing commercial reuse, and not imposing the attribution on data. Basically, we are suggesting 3 licenses and tools. So the CC0 for all data, metadata, and digital reproduction. We encourage this, or we propose and suggest the CC BY for everything that is associated to authorship. So whenever there is a signature, if it's an internal document, an informative document, website that only tells you the little story of the institution without a value of the author, why not putting that in CC0? And we encourage the CC BY SA for everything that engage volunteers. We come from the Wikipedia, from the Wikimedia movement, share alike. It's a little the Richard Stallman heritage. So we trust that the fact of keeping things open, in particular when there are collaborations and when there is volunteer work, it's an added value. This suggestion is obviously associated to different material that institutions have. We do not look at only the collections. We look at the resources that each institution produce. It can be open educational resources, all the didactic material of the institution, the captions of their museum, the data they produce, the publications. So everything is, we suggest a license and a way of sharing this content on their entire collections. So at the moment, this first phase that just started is associated to a form, an online form. In this online form, institutions are asked to sign on an authorization that is also an open access policy. This was a way to reduce the work flow. So the document that states their availability of producing and providing open content also states why they're doing it. So it's an open access policy. The second step is to share a series of images. We are suggesting 20 images, so images of the outside, inside, some example of the collection. So we are moving this concept of open images from the simple reproduction of the collection or sharing collections towards something that is a bit more ambiguous, more linked to communication. And we think that this can be an easier way to engage institutions because they already share images with journalists, with social media, with people that ask for them for images. So having those images well documented on the Wikimedia project with the good captions, with data, we think is a common interest, and also obviously we invite them to provide how they want to be cited. So not an attribution, but a courtesy of citing the source. We ask for a text, also in this case in CC0, story of the collection, story of the institution. We ask them to check their data on Wikidata and to fill in a survey. So those are the steps through which we are engaging them. And we are launching this, we just finished, thanks to the work of 2 very active Wikipedians and expert of Wikidata. We just finished to review all the data of Italian Museum on Wikidata, to update them with data from our national statistics, to make sure that we have also the link to emails and the collaboration with ICOM Italy is also a resource in this way. And we're starting the communication with a little group to make sure that the communication is efficient, to then launch all the invitation to the 5,000 institutions we have contact with. So this is just to give you a sense of the form, and this is the work that we are now focusing on. Thanks.
Thank you, Yolanda. Again, I think your presentation shows that copyright reform is needed when you see all the steps, all the loops that cultural institutions have to jump through. If the law was making all this possible legally without much hassle, it would make sharing cultural heritage so much easier. I see that we are almost at time. We have about 3 minutes left. I would like to save a minute or two to conclude, but also I would like to ask you if you had to name your biggest challenge in one word, what could it be? First with Giovanna and then Deborah and Yolanda. The biggest challenge you faced in your efforts in one word.
Resources. I think resources in terms of funding and resources in terms of people to advocate for what we need.
That's quite common. Deborah?
Understanding means as confidence and trust.
Also quite widespread. And you, Yolanda?
I think time. It has been so long the time we've been investing in trying to move Italian heritage on the Wikimedia project, and I think to have a shortest deadline, I would like those projects to end rather than continue, just because we want to move to some other topics that can be fascinating as well as this one. But I think after a while, it's long to invest so much energy for such a long time and to see that the machine doesn't really move quicker.
Yeah, that can be frustrating.
If I can add just 1 cent, it is right, Yolanda, but maybe we have the time on our favor now, since there are so many years, and we know that social and political issues are long process, and maybe after 10 years we are quite in the moment that we should achieve some results.
Yes, so stay tuned. Something is bound to happen very soon.
Yes, I believe.
Well, listen, thank you so much for making it to this session. We had some technical difficulties. I'm so grateful to the organizers that we could make it work. Thank you to the participants for your patience and for joining us in this session. Thank you to our speakers for making it today. Sorry that Viviana couldn't come, but Viviana, you were here in spirit. I will share in the notes some links that I wanted to share with you, but now we're at time. So I would just want to say enjoy the closing toast that's about to happen, and hopefully see you all very soon. All right. Goodbye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.